Chernobyl TCB, good morning. Jance, good morning. Jimmy, Yield, good to see you, good morning. What up, Tom Clock? Ryan, what's up? Stacy, Nacho Friend. What up out there? Matt Coella. Quiet morning, everybody's in sleeping. Flama Blanca in the house on a Friday. Nick, you want me to look at Tesla? Roger that. Take a look at Tesla this morning. How are you guys all doing inside the Discord? Well, huh? We are exiting relative calmness and entering a period of possible transition and also a lot of danger for traders in the short term and long term, with clarity emerging the closer that we get to July 3rd, I want to say. And I read a post this morning from Vol Signals. Let me see what he posted here. Now, yesterday you had Scott Vol Wiz come in and talk to you about some different trades, right? He came into the Discord yesterday. I think he's going to pop in here either on the show or in the Discord maybe one more time. And let me see what he said. He said yesterday, I liked what he had to say yesterday. Let me see if I can find him here. One quick second here. What he had to say yesterday was, am I in the wrong place here, maybe? It was yesterday at 10:30. He's got a bunch of stuff. He's been dropping hammers in here inside of this Discord. One of the trades that he had to trade, or hey, he showed us yesterday, was a diagonal spread that could capture both volatility up and down in the markets into next week. And you don't actually have to stay in that trade into expiration or the Fed rate decision on Wednesday, the 18th. You can just capture other people buying options, basically, and creating premium within those options regardless of outcome. Well, not only regardless of outcome, but capturing both sides as we enter this period of more unease. As a matter of fact, yesterday all day long on this show in particular,
markets on open imbalance.
In this show in particular yesterday, I was expecting for the market to drop early in the morning, like 9 a.m. Latest started at 10:30 a.m. It never started. And where from the night before, when everyone thought there was war, and then throughout, and there of course there wasn't, and of course the market came back, right? So the dealers are doing these mini trades with you, while also there's a roll going on, and people are min-maxing end of quarter on their underlying and spreads and what they're selling and all this other mechanics going on in the background, and then billions and billions of dollars being rolled, being taken out of the market, reinvested in the market or not, or whatever. There's a lot going on at any point, at any rate. Yesterday, throughout the day, the market held up all day long, which was a sign of over hedging yesterday.
On open imbalance, S&P 500 sell side 430 million, Nasdaq 100 a buy side of 9 million, Dow 30 sell side 77 million, Mag 7 buy side 8 million.
Now, of course, the day what happened yesterday was pinned sideways, 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 sideways all day long, right? And later in the day, we took a look at some of the Iranian and Israeli subreddits, and they had gone dark, and they had put out warnings yesterday to head down into bunkers and don't go to the hospital, all that kind of stuff. Of course, after the close yesterday, we did get an attack from Israel against Iran. The market ran down in the middle of the night, so we got the drop later than should have happened yesterday. And, of course, we came back up this morning, and now the bigger question is, history doesn't necessarily rhyme, but it can be similar. And you're looking for signs of that similarity or opportunities within that similarity of how history rhymes. And I want to show you this chart again that I put out for a quarterly preview for Q3 of 2025, and show you what the expectation is for this morning. And in my view, I would like to see the market go back down at some point today and retrace the overnight low. It was very close to that 592. And there's a reason why that 592 is important, is because in gamma land, or the gamma surface, 6,000 is a support, or was a support into yesterday. And also yesterday, a major support was 5920 on SPX. So if there's any way for us to get down there, especially in cash market, or any opportunity to get down there, it's a great place to take a long. It's kind of like Captain Jim James used call lot, right? If I can get it as far down as possible to try to get long, even if it's only for a short period of time right now, until we get some confirmation to go long for the second half of the summer trade. That should be next week. If those opportunities present themselves at any point, I want to take them if possible. So we're going to look at VolWiz's post that he made this morning, and I thought it was great. He said there's a really ugly thing going on right now in the vol complex. Let me put this over here. And he's been on the show before too. And we're going to go look at this really quick. Bottom right-hand side. I love VolWiz. He writes this morning, our vol signals. He goes, there's a really ugly thing going on right now in the vol complex that's sure to confuse a lot of people. He said, don't be loose here, and don't trade if you are not comfortable with insanity. If you're long only, hedge. There's a lot to take away from this. VolWiz went over it yesterday in one of his notes earlier this week.
And Navy have intercepted drones from Iran.
And VolWiz made a note, not Vol Signals, but VolWiz made a note that the vol complex and price action was mimicking February of 2025 currently. And I think Vol Signals made a comment yesterday that it looked a lot like coming into end of the year for current price action and vol surface. And there is an argument right now. There are people out there, there are a lot of traders, investors that are expecting a second leg down crash now, not later, not end of summer. And of course, Charlie McElligott, let me put my thing back up over here. Charlie McElligott said the conditions were not ripe enough for it yet earlier this week. And VolWiz made a comment that, no one really knows. There's so much going on. There's so many mechanics going on at the end of a quarter. that we're all making posits on information that nobody really truly has right now. Now, particularly interesting about what Vol Signal is saying here, it piqued my interest was he said, not this, there's something really ugly going on that's sure to confuse a lot of people, but the if you're long only, hedge. And I want to talk about that if I can this morning before starting the day here. And I'm going to bring up, give me one quick second. I'm going to bring up this chart here. And we touched on this yesterday, and we talked about it in the quarterly preview. But I just want to touch on it one more time. I'm like this morning, I'm feeling like maybe I didn't emphasize it enough. Or maybe when I talk about this stuff, you like, I got as much information.
I agreed with Trump to meet in Canada.
Or I'm listening to the information that I want to hear.
With Trump.
I'm listening to the information that Cap gives me, and this doesn't just apply to me. You're given information to consume, and I am too, right? And I try to pick up on the things that prove my thesis. It's a natural thing. So if I write you a letter or an essay, and when you write an essay, you're taught to write both two arguments, right? Or not two, you can do 3 and 3, but generally 2 arguments. An argument for your thesis, and then a counter argument against it, and then you fight against that counter argument in an essay, normally a classic essay, or an argument. And oftentimes people will only read what within that essay, they only read what helps them or verifies their thesis. They forget about the other things that were written. So hang tight here. I'm going to show you one more thing I want to show you here. This is from the preview. And remember what I just said, right? History isn't always exact, but it does rhyme. And we want to talk about that I want to talk to you about that right now if I can. So we're going to start out on the left-hand side here. And this is not an exact copy, but I showed you the 2019 trading. Trading looks very similar to 2019. Also, parts of it look very similar to 2024. And we already know there are books written by famous traders, right? As a matter of fact, I don't have the book in front of me, but I'll have to find the book. But like all the hedge fund books and stuff, all these famous traders, what they do is they talk about how they open up playbooks from prior similar experiences, and they actually save playbooks. Pre-computer, they actually have them typed up in these big, large binders. And whenever we enter certain geopolitical, economic, policy, markets, any kind of conditions that are similar, they look back to see what worked and what didn't work as a trade plan.
Sector gains as much as 11%.
And right now we're heading into a quarterly OPEX. And I want to talk to you. Let's start with something else. Let's go. Let's start with this here, so I can give you the base case here. I think I've already reviewed this, but I want to do it one more time here if I can. So we're going to have the trigger screen here. We're going to get rid of this comparison. We're going to go to SPOOs, okay? I want to do this with a crayons if I can. Oh, that's wrong. I got to get a blank chart. I don't want to get rid of that one just yet. Open a layout. Maybe I can delete all that. And I can delete everything here. This is a nice clean chart here. This is great. So we're entering into known weakness. And this is OPEX in February, okay? So this is the OPEX cycle in February. And we had the Trump trade And we're coming into this period of February known seasonal weakness. And Trump begins, in the White House in general, policy begins to front run a more uncertain and hawkish policy than was anticipated in the front end. We turn this off here because this doesn't matter.
Disconnected.
In the front, the base case was we'll get this Trump tariff 2.0, but it won't be as aggressive first half of presidency. He'll actually do the most damage the second half when he's a lame duck. And instead, he front ran that policy, which I think was, and I'm not a Trump supporter, but I agree. What Trump did and what the White House did, I thought was outstanding. If I wanted that policy changed, that was being that aggressive and getting it done is the right way to do it. We know that Obama tried to pull some of that, something similar in his own vein, and by the midterms, he was hamstrung by midterm elections, and he got bogged down in negotiating with the House of Representatives and the Senate. What took place thereafter was he was pretty much lame duck until he left office his second term. Trump does not have that time and learned likely from his lessons. So he front ran that in February. Now, what Vol Signals was saying is, my point is that holds true. Whether the market's in trend up or trend down, that holds true on a smaller scale on every monthly OPEX, and in particular on quarterly OPEXs. You'll oftentimes see the market become wound up and more wound up and more wound up and more wound up within these cycles. Now, when we got to February, we knew in this second month that we would chances are likely, seasonally become weak. Now, due to Trump uncertainty and aggressive policy, we got very weak, didn't we? Also note, though, that in this time period, you're given an opportunity into OPEX to what? Hedge. And every OPEX, you can, if we're in a downtrend, look to hedge on the bottom side and hedge on the upside, depending upon overall trend. Now, let's pretend here that after February OPEX, we were bullish. You would be beginning your hedge here, right? And if we were to hold trend and make a new high to show continuation into March, right? You would know to take this long here. So heading into an OPEX, the opportunity to long in safety is never early. And in this case would have proved it. Getting long over here, cap getting long over here, and then you're destroyed down here. So if we're in an uptrend, and the same would hold true in a downtrend. And I'm going to show you the downtrend here in just a minute. So in the opposite. So in an uptrend, which we are in right now, right? The opportunity heading into OPEX is to hedge. The safest opportunity to get long is only after a confirmation of a hold after month end, and then the new high, the back test, and you're getting long for your next month or quarter. Now, we hit this April moment here and we begin our downtrend, right? And the market is becoming wound up. Wound up, right? All the way down here into February, March, right? 13th. And what do we come into here? We come into another OPEX, right? This happens to be a quarterly OPEX. a quarterly month end. Right? Here's an OPEX right here. Somewhere in here, there's Wednesday. I bet that's the expiration. This is OPEX or something. But the key point here is, as we're in this downtrend here, we are also looking for signs of bullishness to unwind that bearishness, to unwind the move to the downside. And we did not see it. As a matter of fact, on these specific days here and here, on our live streams, I specifically noted that we want to see some kind of a breakout at the end of these OPEX and end of months to show some signs of more strength from buyers than sellers. And what will happen in these situations in monthly and quarterly OPEXs is if you can break out in a way with any kind of like, hey, look, we're breaking out, you can trigger an unwind or an unclench. And the more that you make your way down and do not unclench, once you finally do, and in this case, normally we were expecting a major correction, which is about 15%, and we did 30. So when we do finally unclench and show that sign and that back test to break out, the unclench should be, the unravel should be huge. The more we go down like that and tighten and tighten and tighten and tighten, once it begins to unravel, you see the result, right? Rip to the upside. Now, we are coming into another period beginning this Monday, which is a quarterly OPEX. And we are what? Positioned and trending to the upside, right? Trending to the upside. Fairly easy to see. Now, whenever we come into these OPEX periods, it's the same or similar price action. Remember, history may not repeat, but it will look similar. And so you are looking for signs along the way and to perform certain functions as a trader trading with the market in those time periods, regardless of what you're reading on public, on socials, on TV news, or in the newspapers. Forget what Bloomberg says, CNBC, CNBS, Wall Street Journal, white papers with Ohm and book being sold to you, doom, bullshit, uninformed people, you name it, it runs the gambit. Fear, FOMO, none of that matters to you as a trader. What you want to be looking for is some of the mechanics of what takes place in this time period. If you're wrapping up your trades, which you should be, no matter what they are, you're in a period of wrapping up your trades, and you're coming into a moment where you are about to execute trades for the next quarter and the next month. And so what are you looking for? Well, in our quarterly preview, I gave you a map. And I want to talk to you about that map once more this morning, it being a Friday. Now, I want to show you here, this is a bullish outcome in this case. This winds up being in June as well. And why is that? Why? Why are we looking at June into July and August? Well, first off, we're coming into what? NASDAQ has the tail end of their second strongest time of year. It lasts into July 17th. So your base case is that you're looking for more strength until at least or in or around side of a barn strength in NASDAQ, Mag 7 in particular. As a matter of fact, services would be better, wouldn't they? Anything not directly tied to tariffs would probably be your best bet. Now, some of you will say, well, what about they gave a downgrade on Robinhood? Robinhood is not that kind of service. It is tied to PCE financial services. In a down market, financial services is down usually, as it was in the first quarter of, or last half of first quarter and early half of Q2 of this year. But I mean like your services like Netflix, Meta. So you're looking for your highest quality tech stocks to perform into at least or in or around the middle of July. Right? So we're going to write that down at home, right? Next up, we're also coming into what? The season of volatility. And that can work in both scenarios, all else equal. If we have continuation with NASDAQ, you should see upside volatility, right? And where prices right now are coming into all-time highs, it's a good recipe, isn't it? Spot up, vol up. Make sense? And you would also posit, all else equal, that at the end of that cycle, we're going to have a major correction with volatility too, right? Now, on the inverse, all else equal, if NASDAQ does not extend their season, we could get the bad side of volatility, right? So that's why you're seeing people argue in public about, hey, we're going to do the crash early. We're heading into the season of volatility. If NASDAQ begins to fail and this roll into the next quarter, things could get ugly. And then you have others saying, hey, if we stay in trend and we continue up, we get spot up, vol up. Now, some other things are going on. You saw the guy from StockCharts.com TV pushing and peddling bond market, right? Treasury bond market also coming into favor right now, right? So if you're in the gang of vol up, spot up, you're going to be looking for positive outcomes in the Treasury market. If you begin to see, or you will eventually see, the bond market, you're going to one day, if we get spot up, vol up, if you're looking for the market to begin to roll at some point in mid-July, late August, you're probably be looking towards the bond market to be telling you that, right? Policy, inflation, unemployment, bills, debt ceiling, deficit, bond vigilantes. Or if it comes early, right, and the bond comes early, get bad vol, negative vol early, you expect, right, the Treasury market to be saying something early negatively. So these are already telling you what to be looking for as we make this roll. Oh, hold on here. We're going to go back right here, and we're going to look at if it rhymes. And I want you to look at something important here. We're coming into, I want you to look in particular, I want you to focus on this and forget about all this for right now. Just forget about it. I want you to think more importantly about month end. And just get rid of all that. Oh, hold on. I shouldn't. Yeah, we don't need to delete that. Hold on. It doesn't matter. I want you to think about, more importantly, this process right here. And I want you to think about key inflection points. And I also want you to think about, do you see how we're making highs this week? A high right here, a high right here, and a high right here. So you can posit to yourself that if we see highs from now into month end, you would take that opportunity to hedge, right? Or start building a hedge there. Now you don't need to care if we bloodbath down here or not, because no matter what, you already know that at some point we are going to roll. So whether we roll now or later, you have opportunities early in the quarterly expectation to express a hedge that prints either early or later. In both scenarios, you win. For the long side, you can also be looking at these key inflection points on the bottom side for like some intraday or intra-week longs if they hold, right? But you're not committed just yet. You're looking for the hedge to go on highs, and that's also exiting, in our case, longs from before, right? In our case, we're closing longs. You're looking to then express some kind of a hedge plan up here. And if all of these bottoms stay on trend, you can trade them in short periods of time on what? On events in this time period, right? Vixpiration, OPEX, month end, DivX. And you can also look for those events as sources of buying dips too, right? Iran-Israel war. Now, if you wanted to then get long, let's say you're building out your hedges up here, right? I'm exiting cap my longs. I'm building out a hedge. I don't care if it prints here and we change direction in the new quarter. I don't care if we change direction the second month or third month of the new quarter, Cap. Hey, Cap, I bought a bunch of fucking puts and some vol capture. And if we print that shit the week after August 31st or the week after September 31st or Cap, even the week after October 31st, I don't care. Sweet. Oh, and Cap, by the way, we were holding these back tests all the way up into month end in the roll in the first week of July. So I also made a bunch of money intraday and intra-week trading. And hey, Cap, I want net, and we've held all this, Cap. Right? Cap, we've held all this. I got my hedge on. And we come into like the third. We come into the third. And what do we show in this instance? We break up, new high, back test. We're off and running, aren't we? Execute along. You probably have executed it here, but you really want to see that just hold. And then you're boom. I'm long, baby. Woo, broke out to the right. I got my hedge still on. You take the long off and we roll, and your hedge is over here. Print. If we come down here, we don't respect this, get the new low. You're not executing the long and getting trapped. You've got your hedge on to print, and then you're amplifying your downside move for that jackknife, new all-time lows, all that kind of stuff. So your job right now is to be doing what? Which we already did. We hit 6:05, I think, on 10 a.m. or something on Tuesday. So we're all exiting our longs between Friday, Monday, and Tuesday. We got an opportunity, right? Beautiful trade, right? And now we're in this week, and we're looking for specific behaviors, aren't we? This happens to be Friday. We're ending a week, aren't we? We actually did have a big upside move. We actually did go up here. We did pin this. Hold on here. We did pin this on Thursday, but we did get the drop when? Down here, right? In pre-market, this one. But we didn't get this one yet, did we? So I would like to see that, wouldn't I? I would like to see that here in cash market today. 10:30 a.m., 1:30 p.m. I want to see that low. And I'll also show you why. In Gamma, I want to see 59.20. Why do I want to see that? Because we got VIXY coming up. Beautiful, right? Expiration right here. Expiration. We also have the capture for DivX. And then we get a roll sometime around OPEX. Are these always exact? No. And even though history rhymes, there's one other problem here, isn't there? We're coming into quarterly OPEX. If you start to think back for targets for this quarter's OPEX, what do you think they are? 610, 600, 620, 590. I would think that the masses targeted 6,000. Nice round number. So the lower that I can get before we get into OPEX and Vixpiration, right? The deeper I can get us before we get there, I should be trying to buy lows as deep as I possibly can. The best discount I could find. I didn't get it at all this week. Maybe I can catch it on this Friday. If it doesn't offer itself up today, there are also other moments of volatility coming next week. Again, we've got Vixpiration, Fed rate decision, OPEX, month end, the week of 4th of July. There are moments for me to get long. If conditions are right, I'll jump in them. As a matter of fact, this week, let's look at it really quick. I haven't had many opportunities is my point, and I'll show you why here. Let's look on a 15-minute basis. We don't have to do this. Let me do this. I got a better one for you. This is a cleaner way to look at opportunities for me to get long this week. So today is Friday, right? Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, right? So we got Monday. We hit the high up here at 604 and 605 right here. Let me just show you this really quick here. Our target was 605, right? We didn't quite catch it here. We did not catch it up here, did we? And they didn't want to print that either. We did, though, print 605 almost to a penny right here in cash market. So that was the exit from our trade back in May, right? Hit it. Awesome sauce. Now, could I catch a long here? Nope. Selling down, right? Was able to catch a long in cash market here? Nope. Told me no. Fuck you. Right? And then you got people buying puts in cash market. Woofed right down. Where do we go again? Whoop. Right here. There's no real print there, is there? It's a garbage print for puts. So you're even watching dealers right now. What are they doing? They're burning you. Option sellers burning you in cash. Some of you might be like, oh, I caught 30 cents on $1.50 risk on puts. Overpriced puts. I put $3 an option. I made 30 cents cap. I won. But for that kind of risk, you could have just as easily have squeezed up here this morning with no put buyers to buy from you with option interest too, right? And gotten smoked. Plus, you're dealing with the theta burn overnight anyway, so you probably didn't make shit. So you're getting ragdolled trying to trade the OPEX end of month cycle and not paying attention to instead the mechanics of it, staying with the market and trying to work within the outlook for the next quarter and month and waiting for your moment in cash market. Does that make sense? If you don't get your moment, you don't do shit. And if anything, you should be trying to build trades for farther down the line in this time period. Not hedging this doom bullshit tomorrow. Your focus right now is to be hedging farther out in time, maybe a drop in early July, or you're trying to hedge a drop in what? Late July, August, September, October, September. And then if you have a chance at any point intraday where you can catch a low, you can get some zero date calls or some call spreads. Why are you doing that? Because what's on bid? Puts. They're expensive. Here, sir, here's your puts. $3, $4, bro. What the fuck you doing trading those for? Trade like 10-cent calls, 30 delta 10-cent calls. Give them to me all day long. We can print those fuckers 3, 4, 5, 6, 700%. Low risk, finite losses. Fuck around for the next couple weeks. And my focus is on hedging, taking profit. But the big banger trade for summer, am I taking that right now? Hell no. That trade comes after all the vol this week, upcoming week, end of month, July. If you follow this, it'll change your world as a trader. If you look at the market from option seller side, if you look at the market from seasonality, even if it isn't exact, if you look at the market from the perspective of a larger, more influential group of people, and not from the, no offense, but from the Wendy's worker, I've got $500, $1,000 in my account. And if you are that trader, you should be switching your mentality to pretending you do have billions of dollars. And you trade that trend and that momentum with those people, even if you are a Wendy's worker. When you begin to try to fight those actions, they literally take all of your money. You are the people that are feeding this market. So you got to start to look at the patterns within the market and how it trends and trades and try to work within those, especially if you're a small account, work within those confines so that you can steal money out of their pockets. If you're not going to be option side, if you're not going to own the market and you're not going to be selling options against markets, then you at least need to work within the parameters of what the rest of the market is doing. That is how you succeed with a small account or as a retailer that's dumb. Does that make sense? So today, looking back on that chart I showed you, we never got our 3 legs down, and they didn't do it in cash market. And yesterday we were unavailed of that opportunity as well. So I'm looking for it today. I don't know if I get it. I may not. I think there's a window at 10:30 and 1:30 this afternoon. I really don't care where price is. If they don't give me my 592.0, am I supposed to cry and take my clothes off? My toys home? My clothes home. My clothes off? No. I'm looking for opportunity. I am living within their world right now. Does that make any sense to you out there? I hope I'm live right now. I hope I haven't lost the show and I'm just talking to myself. Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. Naked. I do feet pics late night. I don't, but we joke that I do. So live within those confines. If you're trading futures, you're living within those confines. If you're trading cash market, you're living within those confines. If you trade both, you live within those confines. But for the cash market trader, you have to look for your opportunity. Make sense? What do you mean you're a Burger King worker? What's the matter with you? Trader? Did I say something? I'm calling out Glockmatics, baby. All right. So I think this is kind of getting through to a lot of you. If you don't understand this, in our Discord, if you ever speak to 45 Forever, John L., Condor LVL, Blind Nest Owl, there's a few guys, and there's a bunch of guys in there, I should say, that know about this pattern that we repeat over and over and over again. That's how Theta Gang works. They know all about this. It's very, very easy to see to some extent. So now let's head over here. Oh, what's happening right now in the market? Am I willing the market going down right now, maybe? Do I have a crystal ball? Do I know what the fuck I'm talking about? Why? Is it because I'm smart? No. I'm not smart. I'm just looking for shit that's like happened in the past. Does it have to be exact? Nope. Can it rhyme? Sure. If the opportunity doesn't present itself, I move on to the next one, don't I? Conditions weren't met. Rules weren't met. Not my trade. Leaves me behind because it didn't match my conditions and rules. That's okay. I don't need every trade. I just need conditions and my rules to be met. And when they are met, I hit it, don't I? As you should too. Now, if you want to take lottos or gambling, that's fine. Your winnings and piss them away, probably better than go to a lottery. Definitely better than going to a casino. So I can understand that. I respect that. But for you and your trade plan, how you make money in the stock market, you need to make sure that your conditions are met, your rules are met, and whatever it is that you rely upon. And my fucking rules haven't been met yet. My goddamn target down here is not met yet. I want my 592. I want my goddamn low. And I got it in in after hours. Last night I was looking at 592 and I was like, God damn it. They did it in after hours. And then I'm like, last night I'm like, now they're going to rip this shit up and torch every one of these fucking bears in pre-markets and opening cash. They better come back down and hit my goddamn low in cash market today. Now, is it guaranteed that it will? No. I know that I have to work within time. So that's what we'll do today. Now, what we're going to do is we are going to go to the trigger screen. And we're going to delete everything. We'll do it together. If you have all of these indicators at your disposal or at your disposal at home. We'll look at it together, okay? We're going to delete everything. We are going to mute pivots. Oh, yeah, baby. We do have a daily trigger coming up. We know if this trend respects, or if we respect this trend, what is the expectation? That we're going to do the spot up, vol up trade, aren't we? I posted that for you on Twitter earlier this week. So base case, we know as long as we hold this yellow line and we get through this next 3 weeks, we should, one, expect some kind of test or near test of it, break through, regain it, any of those outcomes. We know that there's a window for that to happen. Excuse me, I've lost my voice already this week. It's Friday. What else can we look at today? We know that Friday 1600 is the end of the week, right? We know that we're not going to get this high this week, right? If you open that chart that I gave to you in your preview for the next quarter, you can see that we didn't. Someone noted that for me on FinTwit last night. They were like, Cap, I don't want to tell everybody and have everybody know. I was like, you're right. I was like, I almost posted this other chart in public and I decided not to. He's like, I studied that chart up and down, bro. You totally got it. I'm like, I'm not the only one. Vol Wiz has it. Everybody's got it. The right guys have it. All the smart people have it. They know. The market has it. Hedge funds, institutions. But there is an opportunity to beat this high. There's an opportunity to beat that high next week. Couple of them. If we look at net gamma on the markets, we know something here. What is this? 59.05. We're trading 59.70 right now. Here's 6,000. So we're kind of bopping around in here, aren't we? If I was looking to buy a dip right now, 59.05 would be fucking awesome. There's also another little pin strike down here. This happens to be 59.20. I also can see 6,000 right here. Fairly easy, right? Not hard. I definitely don't want to break down below 59.20 and most certainly do not want to lose 59.05. But I would love to buy a dip there, and I would love to buy a dip here, right? I also want to see higher strikes get bigger, right? Either through the roll or price forcing rolls. Currently, the roof is 6,100. That means the upside target at best is 6075-ish, 608. The real wall right now is 6050 and target 6050. Now, this will all change, of course, as the dynamics of the market unclench or not and the roll that comes out in quarterly OPEX, but this gives us some pretty good information, doesn't it? So let's take a look here. This is SPX Gamma. And what do I need to know here? I'll make it really fucking simple. 6,000. Make that green. Are we above 6,000 at the moment? No. We're below it. $59.20. That's my other buy zone. And we have what? 59.05, right? Today's Friday. It's the end of an OPEX. Dealers don't want to pay anybody. Upside targets from here are what? 60.50. And we already hit it, didn't we? Check it out. We hit it. We took our money and ran, didn't we? We already took our money and ran. We exited the markets. You and I together. We took the trade together, didn't we? Are we looking for longs here? No, we're looking to hedge. Take profit. There's one place right there. We may get more opportunities above. We have 60.75 as a target. We have 60.80. If we begin to approach 6,100, we'd be looking for what? Call rolling. When would we potentially do that call rolling? Take a guess. How about quarter end? If we were going to, right? See traders, oh yeah, bro, we're at 6,100. We're going to trade 62, 63, summer trades on. Vol up, spot up. Get me some 6,300s, bro. We're not there yet, are we? That is on the right tail end, depending upon where price is the first week of July. So today, what am I looking for to buy a dip? Not hard, right? Buy the fucking dip. Can I get that long? I don't know. I don't know, I'll be honest with you. I'd like to. I know that I've got some windows today on a Friday. I got 10:30. I got 1:30. Maybe I can get like a 10:30 low and then a 1:30 sell down into the end of the day to get it. I don't know. Is it going to be exact? May not be. Are they going to bring it back up and run it up into the close at 1:30? Maybe. If they do, I'll follow that price action. I don't know. I don't have that crystal ball. But I know where I am a buyer. Right down there. I know that if we come back up and gain this, regain this, I can be a buyer and target here. I also know if we come up here and hit any of this again, I can continue to hedge. So that's where we are right now in the market. If I go back to the trigger screen here, I might on SPY be able to find some inflection points. I'm going to look at the monthly candle here. Let me get rid of this for now. Here's our month candle. See this one here? See this one here? 589, 590. Check that out. 589.45. Wick does the damage. 592, the body of the candle. Got another indecision candle here. Look at that one. You got this indecision here, and we rolled to the downside, right? Make that green. Let's look at these candles on a monthly basis. We push up and over. We have a spinning top, I think this is called. Wick here, wick here. We roll all the way down. Looks like this 592, 590 is pretty important, isn't it? We rejected it. We didn't know what we were going to do. We blasted down from it. We came back to it. Seems like a lot of important information is there. 590, 592, 5920, 5905, SPX. If they pound the month down and it holds, we catch a new high on this last month's high. It's telling us we're going higher, doesn't it? We begin to break trend in that daily trigger. There's the daily trigger right there. It's all starting to make sense, right? Pound, 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 pound. New high prior month back test off and running. Cool. So I got something to work with here, don't I? I'm going to draw in month here. Leave that there for now. Draw in month here. Important. Going to switch back over now to a weekly basis. Leave those two bad boys right there. Isn't that interesting? There's that daily trigger. These are your lower targets if you lose this. We're not going to deal with those right now because we're not there, are we? We're not even going to put these weeklies in here, are we? There's no reason to yet. We're going to go to the daily. And let's have a look-see. What do we got going on? Check it out. Whew. We're cooking now. I'm going to slam in a daily here. Remember that one break does not constitute a trend either, does it? So we'll look at this daily candle right here, this one right here. What can you learn from this? Check it out. What do I call this? Somebody in the chat, tell me in Discord, what do I call this? Poop Island, right? Bunch of poop stank coming off it. That's right, baby. Poo-poo. That's right, Discord. It's poo-poo. What else can we tell about this whole move right here? These assholes pushed us up, didn't they? Remember this poop island over here, and we lost it? Push, 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 push. Push failure. Poop island, fail, no bueno. Forming another poop island right now, right? It's probably the same guys, right? So we got poop island. Some nice inflection points in here. What's another note? We're underneath 6,000 SPX. Right? We know that 59.20 somewhere in here, right? We know that support on SPX, right? Say yes, Cappy. We can also tell something else, though. If you were to look at this on a monthly basis, you could have a giant candle right here in 590. And this tells the story, right? Where's the damage done? Right there. If I was a dealer, I would know that I could take all your stops right there if we were going higher. At some point between now and the next 3 weeks. I bet if we hit 590 or lower, even for a brief moment, we could rocket ship up in July and leave all the suckers behind. We can leave suckers behind up here. We can leave suckers behind over here, and we can go higher. And you're all hedged and panicking. This is also why I tell you that when you see what you think is a bottom, that you're always looking for an impulse move higher and a successful backtest. So, oh, Cap, that's the bottom. Right? Or, hold on. Hey, Cap, that's the bottom. No, you got to wait for the impulse move and the continuation up. We have windows to be able to go down this week and next week. If we can go down here, that does not mean a break, does it? If it gets sucked back up with a new high, we continue on. This looks on a monthly basis like a candle with a wick. If we move this higher and we bloodbath down, whoop. This one comes up, still a wick, isn't it? Wick, candle. We look back and you guys are like, oh, bro, he was right. We also know that within this area here, if we blast down and we reject with a new low, we know what happened last time, didn't we? So a lot of opportunity here, isn't there? Going a 4-hour basis. What can we see? A lot of sellers here. 4-hour basis almost to a tick. Make that yellow. Make this red. This is our target for next week. 606.60 or 47. We want to catch that prior high next week, and we're also looking towards 610, aren't we? 6,100. We also have all-time highs up here. We have some inflection points here, don't we? Got one right there. Do I trust these inflection points? No. I don't trust them over the next 3 weeks. Do you know that people that do trust them probably don't know what they're talking about? They're probably gamblers. If you're not a gambler, what would you want? As low as you can get, Cap. Take me down, baby. Take me down to the letter M. Will we get there, Cap? I have no idea, bro. If we can get down there, though, my man, I'm down. They took us all the way down here, though. This calls for some patience, doesn't it? The number one. The number one. Buy the fucking dip is right here, right? Somewhere in here, right? Buy the fucking dip. Buy the fucking dip. Sell puts. Sell the fucking put. Sell the fucking call. Sell the fucking put. From the perspective of Elliott wave. 1, 2, 3. We might be done here. Corrective move done. You'll have some people tell you, well, there's 1, 2 cap and there's 3 equal legs, bro. You'll have other people telling you, this is how you get a racer gang, by the way. 1, 2, 3. If this isn't violated, cap, right? 4 and 5. And then cap will find out if it's 1, 2, 3, and then bloodbath after. That's fine. Keep going, eraser gang. We also know that we've got hourly velocity, hourly half-hour velocity, hourly velocity down here. We're at a 30-minute basis right now, so we'll check this out. A 30-minute right there. We don't need to really look at that, do we? Not really. We got the 4 right there and the hour right here. 15-minute basis. We just got Michigan consumer sentiment. I was thinking that this could be the trigger to move off into the end of the day. We know that flows come in the market at 10:30. If we're on a low, we'll go higher typically. If we're at a high at 10:30, we'll sell. This might be it. We might be going up here. That might be bottom today. Maybe we won't catch these things until we get more vol next week. FOMC, Vixpiration, end of month, OPEX, July 3rd. If you look at that chart that I gave you, it doesn't all have to happen today. We know about 6,000 needing to be above this. So that would mean if we broke above 6,000, successfully backtest the hourly and half-hour trigger, we're in business. Into the 18th, more than likely, the eve or the morning of the 18th. We know that flows come in the market at 10:30 and 1:30. We're going to make this one green because we're on a low. Buyers, auto, 10:30. We'll do another one over here at 1:30. Or 1 o'clock. We'll do 1 o'clock. We'll go early. We can even do 12 in reality, but let's do 12. We'll start here. Normally the ramp starts right around 12 o'clock. Is that it right there? That's 12? We'll also put 1:30 in here, kind of. We'll make that one yellow. We're in business, aren't we? You know what I like is I like what Larry Williams says. He says that he doesn't care about price. He just cares about waves and time. Not Elliott waves, momentum waves up and down. I like that about Larry. Does Larry care if we're trading right here at 10:30? Nope. Does it care if we're down here? Nope. Does it care if we're down here? Nope. Doesn't care. Just cares that we're there at that time frame when momentum should shift. And it is shifting, isn't it? Trading up right now. We got a 4-hour bar right there. We know because we're on a low that buyers are going to step in at 10:30. We have some places of interest, right? We don't need that one, do we? I don't think so. That's 11. That's 11:30. That's 12. We also know that we tend to hit targets. We got that one right there, that one right there, this one right here. We missed that one, by the way. Buyers, bull, plain. SPX Gamma attempting to regain 6,000 right now. I want you to come back and remember these places that I marked out for you today on higher frames. The letter M's and the letter D's down below. I want you to look for those inflection points. When I gave you the quarterly preview for the next quarter, I highlighted lower inflection points. That's those letters. in this case. If at any point in the next couple of weeks we can go down there and hold those, it would be a very bullish sign for an extension into late summer, mid or late summer. This stream in particular should be very valuable to you as a trader the next coming weeks. You can look like a fucking rock star on Wall Street Bets, FinTwit, your newspaper, your TV show, whatever it is you do. Check 1, 2. Can you hear me out there? You can do things like, covered calls? You can do cash secured puts. I want to show you something else really quick. If you have a small account, okay, you can still get margin. What I would recommend is that you Google search Yahoo 50 most traded stocks. If you're poor, it's okay. Or if you have money, I've had money tied up. I've taken assignments towards the end of a quarter where I have no money to spend. I literally have to call my wife and be like, can you transfer me some cash to day trade with? I've been like wound up in trades where I've got no money to spend. That's being poor. There's no shame in being poor either. We've all been there. I've been there multiple times. Don't feel bad if you're a poor trader, poor in life. I've been there. It sucks. But there are ways, if you're able to learn how to trade, I would recommend you paper trade to start. It's not close enough to real trading with emotion, fills, assignments called away from trades, that kind of stuff. But I would tell you to paper trade to start. Optionstrat.com is one of my favorite option strategy free sites out there. Optionstrat.com. But the second thing that I would do is I would do a Google search, and I would search Yahoo, Google, go to Google, type in Yahoo top 50 most liquid stocks or most liquid symbols, stock market symbols. That's what I do. Most liquid or most traded stock market symbols. That way it'll include indexes. But the reason I'm saying that too is because there are very liquid indexes and stocks that mimic the S&P 500, NASDAQ, and they're cheap. I know of one I bring it up all the time, which is Ford. If you do a comparison to the most traded stocks, you go into a chart and you type in SPY or NQ, whatever, or not NQ, excuse me. In this case, it'd be QQQ. And then you overlay some of those stocks over it and look at the stocks that have a lot of liquidity and have options and are cheap. Stock maybe costs $10. I don't know what Ford's trading right now, but I know that it tracks the S&P quite closely. Lots of options and lots of interest for fills, right? And you could easily switch into an option seller for very minimal money. So it's not like you can't do it. It's not like, hey, I've only got $1,000, can't do this cap. You actually can. You can get some margin. You can go to work every week, and you can accumulate just Ford stock. 100 pack, 200 pack, 300 pack, 400 pack. You're in business. A note that we did miss this prior high right here by a penny. So I'm not too trusting of this. I'm suspect of this move. Oh, for real, Yoda? Yeah, man. Ford's like fucking easy, isn't it? It's like a no fucking brainer. It like trades SPY. It's got shit tons of liquidity. It's awesome. It's like dirt cheap. It's no brainer. And the best part of that stock too is when you move from paper trading into a stock like that, you can at least learn the true internal mechanics of opening and closing positions. Why am I not getting a fill here? Why I'm at price, but the momentum stopped. So why isn't this spread filling for me? All that kind of stuff. Why did I get called away? Why did I get signed? It's a great fucking tool. And something else you guys might not know. Some of you like guys that don't sell options might not know this at all. Let's say one of the cool parts about selling options is, let's say you sell a bunch of puts and you get in trouble with it, you get a discount. You literally get a discount. So like you get like discounts. You don't actually lose. Like you can kind of lose, but while you're learning the market, it's a great way to learn mechanics and not get totally annihilated. You take money on the front end, and then you kind of get a discount. So let's say a stock like blasts down on you, you're not actually buying it at that price. Buying it actually higher. Anyways. I'm not muted on stream. Am I muted on stream? Can anyone hear me? Can anyone out there on Twitterverse or Twitchverse hear me? My mic's on my end. Can anyone hear me? Yeah, you can hear me? Okay, so I want to give you a message. Iran, maybe through a proxy, could be Russia, China, but Iran, or a proxy of theirs. They have been launching cyber attacks against the United States of America the last 2 days. You may experience interruptions that are server-based from any location. AWS, Cloudflare, could come from Twitch, YouTube, could come from anywhere. So some of you may have interruptions in this stream today. Yesterday I had Streamlabs went down, Twitch went down, and YouTube went down at different points throughout the day yesterday. I apologize too if it does go down for you. You can attempt to switch where you view me at. You can watch me on X, or formerly known as Twitter. You can watch me on Twitch, YouTube, and a couple other places. I forget the name of them off the top of my head, like Vivu or something, and some other streaming platforms. If you're still having issues watching the stream or listening to the stream, you can always head into the Discord. We have a full complement of mentors, moderators, trusted members. Those guys, I'm not speaking to them. They already know this stuff. I'm speaking to you as the losing trader, new trader. Want to learn something new, experienced trader. Hey, I've only traded futures. The people that know what I'm talking about are probably going, he missed that, or he got that wrong, or those guys already know. We already have a cadre of those people that trade within these rules day in and day out, or live within these rules day in and day out. They live within traditional charting, ICT, Elliott wave, gamma, triggers, velocity. So if you can always ask those guys if you're not getting my voice right now, you can't hear me. Binky, thank you, brother. Binky is saying 1050 algo fuckery inbound into VIX reprice fuckery at 11. Remember, Europe has to decide who they want to position over the weekend and will show their hand into euro close and settlement. Stay small and stay frosty. Thanks, Winky, or Binky. We trade every market, currencies, metals, oil, gas. Globex, if you're from Europe watching the show right now in a blog somewhere, in a Discord somewhere in Europe, how's it going? We have Globex traders. We trade futures. We trade SPX, SPY, Qs, NQ, RTY, DIA, you name it, we trade it. Bitcoin, crypto, stocks, degen shit, shitcos. Spec growth. We're not bulls. We're not bears. We only use it as a heel. We're buyers and sellers. If you can't get signals or whatever in the show today because of something going on around the world, you can always join us in the Discord. Good morning, by the way. It's Friday. Do you remember 2 or 3 weeks ago? Was it? No, longer. Do you remember on May 30th when I told you that we were going to place that trade and people were going to be too scared and we took it? Remember when I told you when we hit our target, we would exit? And that people would say, Cap, I want to trade right now, bro. And you and I don't have to do that, do we? We don't have to be FOMO, do we? Thanks, doggone it. Thanks, OmniWit. James is having issues. Yield Maximus is like, Yahoo, baby, there it goes. Price target on any back test right now, 638. We are entering currently the first point of resistance at 6,000. If we can break above 6,000, we're off and running on a back test. $6,000 is not the same on SPX as SPY. This is 6,000, about 599.37. There's a price differential between all indexes. They're different depending upon where we are in the month, quarter, etc., and the role of contracts and futures. Currently, right now, 6,000 in SPX is roughly 599.40. Just wait here. There should be another pullback and a break higher. We did, by the way, wick 6,000 on SPX. That's positive. I want to also note to you that the daily low on Friday historically is a place to get long for a print to the upside on VIXI expiration or VIXI Eve or VIXI the morning of expiration. In this case, the 18th. Now, we do have a FOMC meeting. If you're trying to get long today, if you're like me trying to get long in this trade, you're looking to rein in some of your expectations. So let's say if we have a low down here of 596, you could do 596, 603, 604, or even the prior high to print, which is up here at that's 603. Then we've got 606, 47. So maybe rein in a spread to like 605, 604.80, or even just the 606, 607 for a print on those dates. I do want to let you know that if we have highs in the next 2 weeks, please, I beg you to get with any of our trusted people. Get with Winky. Winky likes to trade stocks. Hey, Winky, What is it? What do you need to buy a stock in the next 3 weeks? They'll tell you, I need this, and I'm looking at that and this. I want you to go to guys like LVR or 45, or there's a bunch of people in there. They usually they have different colored names. They're not red and they're not green. Or even someone that you like in there. Become friends with them. You're like, that guy looks like he's making a lot of money. You're like, what are you guys doing for hedging? Binky, trusted member. There, he's got an orange name. You see it? Orange name. Hey, Binky, what are you doing? VolWiz shows up. I just searched VolWiz's name in the Discord a moment ago. That guy went in our Discord yesterday and he laid out a whole fucking plan. You want some hedging? He's got it. He's got hedging into this upcoming week for OPEX and Vixpiration. So if you're a member of our community, hop on in and start searching people's names. You can go right into a search box and just type in people's names. We also have professional tools in our Discord. We've got a Gamma bot. We've got a TradyTix bot, Pro bot. We've got a Unusual Whales. You don't even need to pay for those services. They're just included. It's all the same shit. Yeah, it's not full port, is it, Yoda? Hedging is a weird thing. Like the way you can express hedging is like, if you're hedging the events next week, you're not trying to hedge the outcome. You're price agnostic. You're trying to hedge through volatility in stock price. So you're trying to capture the volatility that increases prices no matter of direction. So an example would be this. We're all thinking about what today? What are we all thinking about? Or yesterday? What was the chat about all day long yesterday? Blah, 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 Iran or Israel. What was the chat about all night long last night? Blah, 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 World War III. What was the chat about this morning? Recovery, 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 right? You ever notice how like everyone's running from place to place? So as people run from place to place, you'll see volatility go up and down and up and down. You can look to capture volatility within a call or a put before you ever get to an event, especially known events. We have some coming. So if, let's say, volatility is on a low, and you look for an option that is in or around a Fed meeting. So you're like, oh, I'm going to buy some puts. They're cheap. Or some calls. They're cheap. People are going to want to get long. People are going to want to get short. And you'll see sometimes, regardless of price outcome, into those events, or even on those events, all of a sudden there's premium built up in them. It's from interest, right? I want to buy some of those. Well, I got some for you. Let me sell them to you. Whew. I love vodka in the morning. Gonna get this Friday started right. We have a candle tweezer reversal on 6,000 right now, looking to explode to the upside. That wasn't vodka. I'll never make it through the weekend. We had, so where I live, we have these Canadian wildfires, and it's been really nasty. I walked outside the other day. We had wildfire smoke and a big rainstorm. My pool has a saltwater generator. I got a big Olympic-sized swim pool, and it fucking turned green. It just couldn't handle like the smoke in the air, in the water, and then it filled up the pool. So like I had to go out there and like shock it all and clarify it. Now you're like I need new salt from all the rain, and I like this weekend is like take care of pool weekend. Also, my daughter has. Let me ask you guys a question. Tell me what you guys think. My daughter's going to UMass for college as a freshman. They're doing a orientation during the week. I think it's like Wednesday, Thursday in early July. I told my wife, I was like, just pass on that stuff. She's going to live there on campus, and I'm like, they'll give her an orientation. When I went to college, they'd give me an orientation when I showed up. She thinks that I should fly there with her and do the orientation. I think it's a waste of time and money. That's like I can put, like I'd rather give her a gift card to Amazon or something. Keep on squeezing, baby. Push. How's that feel up there? That feel good? Even play some music for you? Yeah. It is Friday. You know it's Friday, right? I don't know. I think it's Friday. What do you guys think? I didn't like that one for Friday. A little too early for that. Need that like sunrise house, don't you? Yeah, that ain't it either. That ain't it. Get off work early. Head down to the local cafe. They got the big wall doors up. Got DJ spinning in the corner. Cracking oysters. You got it, right, Donut? People are out and about. It's getting warm. Friday. Everybody's all wound up. You guys getting ready for to rock it out into expiration? You guys all scared? Right, doggone it. Tito's on ice. Sorry Start getting it ready for the weekend. I don't want to do no pool. I'm going to call Juan and have him do the pool. Maybe I'm going to hop on a flight out to LA. You want to go hang out in LA, dog on it? Or should we go to Miami? Don't be believing these bears. It's always up and to the right. You're just looking for the best place to buy it. That's what I'm saying, ad man. Summertime. Woo. Nobu, right? They got Nobu there. They got a little. Don't they do like a pool party there? Nobu. Cayman Islands would be nice. I'd go to the Cayman Islands right now. Oh, yeah, Tau. We could do Tau. Right, Perry? Fucking Friday. Catch a fucking low and let's get the fuck out of here. Oh, dude, Dominican Republic we Brad, too. Dude, tickets are cheap around 4th, too. I was looking at Dominican Republic last week. Like, the week after, week before is really cheap. There's your green box right here, boys. Buy that fucking minute. Sellers trying to sell us down and keep pounding us down right now. They don't like it. Trading just under 6,000 right now. Hold on one second here, guys. There's a couple traders like there's a couple old school traders. The one guy I couldn't find. We were discussing a few traders inside the Discord or inside the Discord yesterday. Some old school traders. There is one. Let me see if I can catch some for you here. You want to see a guy that learned how to day trade? Hold on a second here. I got something for you guys. I got a kick-ass documentary. You want something inspirational? Hang tighter, bros. Ladies, gentlemen. The planned group, I got something for you. Hold on, brother. I got a link for you. We'll start with this one. I mean, we should do a playlist. We should do a channel in the Discord with all the different stuff. There's one for you, but I got like Sons of the Yen you should watch. You should watch Sons of the Yen. I think it's called Sons of the Yen. Watch the Hunt Brothers documentary. Hunt Brothers, how they cornered silver. You could watch Hunt Brother, Sons of the Princes of the Yen, not Sons, Princes of the Yen. The Hunt Brothers documentary, you should watch that. Watch the one I just posted to you. And then watch Ray Dalio has a... So Ray Dalio couldn't hit the side of a fucking barn if he tried. But his theory is spot on. His concepts are... He does a great job of simplifying complex subjects. Look up his... look up on YouTube, like, I think it's called Debt Cycles. I think it's called Debt Cycles. So you can understand how the economy, business cycles, stock market, and then in turn stock markets work. Ray Dalio, I think it's called Debt Cycles. Oh. Bring up that bring up those pivots. S3 695. Looking for a squeeze here. Couldn't tell. Trend should stay either to price or 12 p.m. You know, that post of mine, I got to redo it because we have Vixpiration flipped to OPEX now. And that should just be Vixpiration smiling and OPEX crying. Hold on, let me fix that for you guys. Thanks for posting that. Oh, no, wait a minute. Well, that wasn't you that posted that. Matter of fact, I'm going to look at it right now. Hold on here.
Dancing around in my tight dress, feeling myself at the mall, breaking bare necks. Look at me, I don't mean to be like that. Everywhere I go, collateral effects. All the boys say I'm a little salty, but they kinda like it when I get a little ballsy. Gotta level up, gotta get naughty. They're about to leave on my last name palsy. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so VolWiz says, hold on a second. VolWiz is golfing today. He said that he'll be on the show on Monday morning. So VolWiz will be here on Monday. We will discuss a bunch of trades. Have your questions ready. Get up there! Go where I told you to go. Go to your home. SPY trading 600 right now. All right, hold on. So I was going to drop my daughter off to school for college. I'm down, ladies. I'm going to drop my daughter off at school. That making you cry? I cried at her graduation, too. She went to college. She did dual enrollment. She went to the University of Michigan during high school. Honor roll, National Honor Society. Won an award for volunteering, and this kid killed it. Killed it. And I've spent so much time with her, my wife, myself. She killed it. So it's not that I don't want to go with her to orientation. She has like they call it college weekend in Boston, and I was going to take her there for that. Do you think I should go to both? Stacy's like, you're such a bad dad not taking her to both. V Princess is like, you're so bad. She does want me to take her though. You think I should go to both? You think I should fly out to Boston and go see her? Take her out? All right. I'll tell my wife. I played bear music recently. I did. I played bear music last week. Ladies are telling me I have to take the daughter for orientation early. You sound like my wife. It's actually, you sound like my youngest. My youngest is like, she's brutal. My youngest is like the evil one. She's got no shame. Got no shame. Oh, Stacy, you think I should take her? All right. That's what my wife said. Oh. Hold on. Discord, take the money and run. Take the money and run. Oh, yeah, baby. Take the money. Take the money and run. Take the money and run. Good job, good job, good job, Jesse. Sorry, we're in a trade here in the Discord. There's more to go. We're not done. We're going to rip faces off. Do you guys know where we're going? Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. 300% trade. Fuck yeah. I didn't get that much. I got like 90%. That was it. Hold on. We should trade 602.37. Right up here, this PP line, all this gappage up here. We can get back in again. We got till 12. Let me just check something really quick. There's more uppies to go. I just don't want the quick reversal. We got a target on SPX of 6022.02. That was fucking awesome. You were too busy drinking? Hold on. I want to get back in again. Hold on. Yeah, we should grind up to the prior high from the day before. Hold on here. See something here. Let's go check this. We should grind up. Hold on here. All right, we're going to have a sell signal down at 12 o'clock. The target is roughly, let's call it like 602 and right here, this hourly one right here. That's the target at the end of the day. We got bigger uppies coming. We should fucking moon Monday and then moon Tuesday, Wednesday. If you're looking for a trade up into here, let me show you guys. Let me just show you guys something. You guys have this on your. You guys have this right now. God damn it! This is ultimately the trade we're looking for right here. Oh, hold on. This is in your brief. Doing fucking zero dates instead of fucking buying a position for Wednesday. So goddamn stupid and greedy. Spreads are your friend here. Now, there is something to be said here, okay? If 602 is our target into the close today, I want you to realize that there's potential for like a slam down here at 12 and then a rocket ship up here. You just note that there could be some violence and a down move in the middle of the day. Not guaranteed, but we have S1 right here. Just note that time matters more here. Like 12 p.m., start locking up your longs. If you're trying to get long, you have till about 12 o'clock. Another target in SPX right here. You can express this on if we get a pullback today, like after like 12 to 1:30 or something like that. If we get a pullback, you can express that spread into that date. There is, you see that bar down there? If we can tag that at any point later today. Not by 12 to get long. Okay, so hold on here. You guys, hold on one second here. Time out here. Please do me a solid. Please, I'm begging you guys. When I have to repeat a lot of stuff here, I want you to think about if we're on a high or a low. Hold on here. Oh. You guys don't understand what I'm talking about here. So, like, you have a window of moving higher right now into 12 o'clock. Okay? If we're on a high at 12 or 1:30, we should sell down. Not necessarily, but I want you to read that article. I'm going to post this for you. Not Tasty Trade. I'm going to post this article for you in... I'm going to post this for you if you're watching this chat somewhere, watching this stream somewhere. Click on that link in the chat. And please stop, like, trading. Just literally stop and read that. And I want you to think about if we're on a market low or a market high. And just, like, wrap your head around what I say to you. Hey, at 10 o'clock, we should be doing this, 10:30. Hey, it lasts until this time period here. And then, hey, where are we in price and what happens between 12 and 1:30? Start looking at that graph that's in there. Now, that was never really public information until recently. We knew about it. You guys have heard me talk about the BlackRock guy that was running those programs and offered to build them for me. You have windows of Momo, don't you? You don't know how to read? Maddie, read that shit, please, brother. There's a literal chart that shows it to you. There's a literal chart. You didn't read that? Like, read the article, begging you. Here, look. Just here, I want you to think about something here. No, it does not. It does not. That's a good question then, Perry. I got you, brother. I'll do it with, I get you, brother. Hold on here. I got you. It's all right, brother. I got you, man. All right. We're going to slow it all down. At 10 a.m., stock options soar as retail traders unleash new bots. So there's a trend right now. Now, this is just like doing arbitrage back in the day. Back in the day, you could do arbitrage. I was an early Wall Street bettor, and nobody knew that between 4 p.m., normally 3:50 and 4:15 p.m., institutions would run option chains up and down. You could hop on an option, and it would be a penny. It would go to like 26 cents, 50 cents, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. It was an edge. Now there's too many fucking people in there, and they're aware of it. So now they do a lot of this work after 4:15 p.m. An edge is great to have. And sometimes the edges go from one place to another, inefficiencies that you can or can't see. So right now what's happening in the background, or you could see the rise of HFTs years ago. Matter of fact, you could see the rise of zero-day trading. It really got ugly, I want to say, in 2022. Yeah, that's when it got ugly. It actually got uglier with puts than it did with calls. You'll hear this adage like the goddamn day traders and their zero dates. That's bullshit too. And you'll say certain groups will say they don't use zero dates. The like dealers don't use them, and hedge funds don't use them, and blah blah blah. Recently, I'm not going to name names. One of the short report guys out there had his emails and text messages leaked, and this guy like pushed around complex trading strategies on public, and then we found out, or it was leaked, that he was just using zero date puts, zero date calls. Now, right now, people are using prop funds, and they're building their own. They're getting funded on multiple accounts, and they're running bots, kind of like it's like, hey, this prop firm only allows me to use 50K. Then they get funded on like 10, 20, 30. What they're doing is they're coming in and they're trading bars within bars. So let me give you an example, okay? Of what I'm talking about. A very common trading pattern on any time frame. Pretend this is a 1 minute trigger and a 5 minute trigger, okay? Pretend we're on a 15-minute time frame. 15 minutes. Or let's do a 1 minute. We're on a 1 minute time frame, okay? You will see 1 minute bars coming down like this. Bam, 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 bam. You'll then see potentially a green bar, a green bar, a green bar, green bar, a green bar. You'll see a red bar, a red bar, a red bar, a red bar, a red bar. You'll see if this holds, green bar, green bar, green bar, green bar, green bar, beat this one right here. Red bar, red bar, red bar, red bar. And this is also 1, 2, 3, 4, right? An Elliott wave, right? Bam, 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 bam. Okay? Now, if I'm on a 1 minute frame in here, I know for sure that my best trade is likely, there are probabilities of outcomes that increase in your favor depending upon where we are in here. An example would be, there's a high rate of possibility of failure here. There's less of a rate of failure here. So let's say 65%, 35%, 15%. 85% of success rate there. 60% of success there, and 30% success rate there. Okay, of continuation to the upside. So if you know those probable outcomes, right? You never want to get caught anywhere in here, right? Or you want to live within the highest probability outcome, right? If you're a trader trading on a 1-minute chart. But if I had a program where I could trade smaller time frame bars within that, and I could train that bot with rules, I could tell a bot on 30 different accounts, trade the 1 second, or excuse me, 10-second time frame for just that bar right there, in and out. And it's given a new rule. If price breaks above, right? Breaks above the 1 and 5 minute trigger, I want you to trade these two on a 10-second time frame. And I don't care if it fails, and I don't care if it succeeds. I'll write another rule and say, if it holds and we make a new high right there, I want you to trade these bots right here, or these 1 minute bars on a 10-second chart. Okay? Make sense? So there used to be high-frequency trading firms. Now retailers are doing it with cheap programs with AI. So you're getting like huge flows all at once on these smaller time frames. You ever notice that more frequently you see like big dips and then big liquidation breaks? You ever notice that? That's because of HFTs and retailers that are min-maxing with option flow, and they're taking a dealer to chase them for brief bursts in the market. So, at 10 a.m., stock options soar as retail traders unleash new bots. Retail traders are increasingly using automated trading systems, which can result in predictable and herd-like behavior. So if I know this and you know this, and so on YouTube alone this year, just YouTube, not Twitch. I'm like the number 2 or something. I don't know. I'm like one of the highest followed and watched financial channels on Twitch. We stream everywhere. Just YouTube. I think I'm up to 3 million unique viewers this year. 3 million. That's huge. If you show up to my show and I teach you basic trading, and you watch 1 or 3 programs, that's it, and I review some of this stuff with you, okay, I know it now. So now everybody's doing the same shit, right? Retail becomes a force to be reckoned with. GS 3 weeks ago, I showed you an article where they're afraid of us. Not me, but all of us. Retail is communicating with each other more frequently. We're talking more to each other. We're telling each other, hey, this is going to happen at this time, and we're going to do this, and we don't care about price, and we know that if we're in a low, we're going to go here, and we can enter and exit these different parts of the market as a force to be reckoned with. That is not helping banks, institutions, family offices, hedge funds. Retail for retail. Now retail has access to some of the same shit that hedge funds do and high-frequency trading firms do. So you get some brainiac out there that's too smart for his own good, and he's like, well, I'm going to run this fucking program. So you should read this article. Now, one guy said to me just a moment ago, I don't understand what this means, Cap. And what it's showing you is that What it's showing you is that right around 10 a.m., We get big flows in the market. They trail off into right around 12 o'clock. They slow down and then ramp back up again. So if the market was up and we hit 1030, hold on here. If the market was up at 1030, right? Or excuse me, 10 o'clock. The market was up at 10 o'clock, right? And you're going to expect flows to ramp here. You would expect the market to possibly turn down. You'd still get flows. They decrease into 12 o'clock, but you would still have that reversal to the downside. And then as those flows slow down into 12 o'clock, flows are going to re-ramp again, right? So you would expect price on a low to, in turn, turn the market up again into right around 1:30, 2 o'clock. And then you get more ramping of flows between 1:30 and 4 p.m. That's where you get your low in the market. And then you get another ramp into the bell. You've noticed how the stock market looks like this on a trend up day? Now, meanwhile, puts have been bid because of uncertainty. So oftentimes right now, you'll see maybe a up failure and then down market. And that's people getting out of the market. Get it? Now, let's say we're in a down market. We wake up in the morning and we're down in the morning. So the market's coming down into 10 a.m., right? This is the market. And you start to see an increase in trading. So you would see a ramp up into roughly 12 o'clock, right? You would also see some weakness from like 12 to 1:30, somewhere in here, right? A little bit of a pause in here, right? Does that make sense? And then they're going to ramp again between 1:30 and 2. Now, if we're not at a new high up here yet, you might get that extra little bump up. Make sense? And then fade the close in here. That's 2 o'clock, 2:30, right? Fade. And then right around 4 o'clock, 3:30, you want to know if we're going to get the ramp into the close or if we're bid on puts on the weekend, which currently we have been. So fade all this over here a lot of times, right? Into the bell. Make sense? Now there are some other outcomes. Sometimes you'll see an attempt. The attempt to get higher fails. If it does, this ramping will send us blasting to the downside. So there are other outcomes, but we know that there are inflection points. Sometimes they're successful. Sometimes they're not. So this morning, we were on a low, weren't we? So we slammed down here at what time, right? 10 o'clock? And I like 10:30 better. It gives you like some ahead time. Right? So they start ramping. Dealers are trying to counter trade it. And so like you've seen like flows coming in. So dealers begin by counter trading those flows until they become overwhelmed. They in turn have to become chasers with high frequency traders. They're now following. And so they're chasing the whole way until those flows end. Once those flows end, dealers will then take the other side of the trade. When do the flows end? Normally around 12 o'clock, 1:30. Now watch this 1:30 here that I've got this in green and in yellow. See it right here? Green and yellow. So we're going to be able to get an idea here of what? We're either going to get at 12 o'clock a switch in directional flow, downside, or a blast up and continuation up here, right? And that likely is predicated upon where we are in prior history, right? Inflection points. So where are we in inflection points right now? Check it out. Right here. Here's a prior high. These are called equal highs. We have a window to get it done. And once we're done there, there's your cup and handle, right? If we fail to break out above the prior high here and here, we usually reverse and go all the way back down, don't we? If we break above the prior high over here, right? Woo, yeah, baby. Come back down for the cup and handle on those equal highs, and then we're up and to the right, right? So you're trying to gain an edge anywhere you can. So then when you see me on this show and you're going, well, how the fuck does that guy know this is going to happen? I'm not your furu. I don't have any magic sauce. I just know that at certain times of the day, depending upon where price is, there's windows where dealers, especially if other participants are not that active, where are they active right now? We're in OPEX. They're active on highs and lows. Traders, institutions want to max, min, max highs and lows, right? Who's in the middle? Not diddling in the middle. Who's in the middle? High frequency traders and dealers. So you get some small, what? You get some small retail traders. You get some big retail traders. You get some boiler rooms, a hedge fund that knows this, small fund. And they're all coming in at the same time when big institutions and banks aren't, because of price, aren't there. They've already done their work at the bottom or done their work at the top. Now they've exited the market. And who gets to ragdoll the dealer on their side? Us. So now we're all of a sudden, the dealers are chasing us. Where are we going right now? Spoo's trading higher right now, trying to trade 602.50, 602.66. Well, ICT is the same concept as triggers and velocity to some extent. Velocity is a little bit more than ICT. And then you'll notice, too, that a lot of this stuff matches. Like, you'll be like, oh, that Elliott wave shit's pretty close. That traditional charting's pretty close. That gamma's pretty close. So what you really want to know, if you can, is all of it. You want to know who's on first, who's on second, who's on third. Well, I know the Gamma Bros are over there. I know they're going to be buying 509 or 502, whatever it is, 50292 or whatever. I know they're going to buy, they're going to try to sell 6,000 and they're going to try to buy 6,000 above it. I know the Elliott waivers are thinking about this, this, and this. I know ICT is thinking about that, that, and that. I know the traditional chartists are thinking this, this, and this. I know that the Flow Momo comes out at this time and that time. So you look at the whole melange. And then you try to keep it all up here in your brain at the same time. And it gives you a pretty fairly good edge in the market. You know what that's called? Time and market. Ain't going to get that until you do it a lot for a long period of time. 10,000 hours or more, probably. I bet it's more than 10,000. At some point, you can turn all of this off and just watch the candlesticks. Serious. You can look at like just monthly. Every morning, I look at a monthly chart, a weekly chart, a daily chart, a 4-hour chart. I look at quarterly charts in the quarters. I look at 6-month charts. I look at a year chart. I literally do. Old school traders used to have to do this shit with spreadsheets and candlesticks. In the late 1960s, early 1970s, scientists were trying to write regressive and autoregressive algorithms to communicate for people with disabilities. Someone that couldn't read because they were blind, someone that couldn't hear. A lot of algorithms were written theoretically, and a bunch of guys from Wall Street went to those people. I kid you not. This is all like pre-AI stuff, which is now used in AI, believe it or not. And Wall Streeters were like, "Hey, bro, can you like write me that you use that same algorithm, and write me like an RSI thing?" And sure enough, was born indicators. 70s, 80s, 90s. Absolutely, Maddie. Lamborghini. So if you have enough time in market and you learn all these different things, you start to figure out where everything is. Now, back in the day, those guys didn't have that shit. They only had candlesticks. So those guys were just looking at a chart with candlesticks. If you have enough time in market and you understand all these things, you can likely look at a candlestick chart in any frame and go, buyers are winning. Sellers are winning. We're going to go here. We're going to go there. That's why we draw boxes on candlesticks too, right? You don't need all this shit. You can literally like draw a box on the lowest high of a high right here. Oh. Of every move. You see this move right here? Here's a move. You can draw another box right in here. The lowest of the highest low of the highest an up move. You want to draw a box on this one, this candle right here. You're diddling in the middle on this time frame right here. If this holds and makes a new high, you take it long right here. You don't even need any of this crap. You don't need anything else. And you can just visualize it in your mind. When I draw things for you on a chart, I'm not drawing it because I think we're going there. I'm drawing it so that you can visualize it in your mind. New high, right? Target here. Target here, right? I'm drawing this so that you can see if this does or does not fail. If price action goes like this, breaks higher, and fails right here, you know you now have a failed high, and we're likely going to go down to the next low down below. Ultimately, you're watching price action on candles. And you have a bunch of fucking crutches to help you along the way. That should be yellow, by the way, not green. That's your prior high right there. Yeah, you can diddle in the middle of all frames, can't you? On a daily chart, on a weekly chart, on a monthly chart. Well, that's the other thing, too. All these programs are built on finite math. There's no real AI. So you know they have to give rules, right? So what are some of if you're dumb like me, think about this. When I was showing you earlier the 592, 590 area, we know that price returns to certain places on different time frames again and again and again. So if you were to take a bunch of charts and overlay them one over the other, over the other, over the other, right? And you're doing that on a year, 6 months, 3 months, 1 month, 1 week, 1 day, and you were to track on every time frame where we return to on price and how frequently we do that, you can start to see that some of the market is pre-planned. Like, wow, we keep returning to that one price over there every quarter. Oh, we keep returning to this price over here every fucking 2 months. Wow, at every quarterly OPEX, for the past 6 months, we've been returning to this place. And we know that at that inflection point that we've had major moves thereafter. So you have price, and then you look at time. If these programs that are being run by banks, institutions, traders, hedge funds, family offices, they're probably working within a rule set. It's probably based on price. It's probably based on what else? Time and market. So then we have price, time, and market. What's market? Well, we have the New York market, U.S. market, what most of you trade. We also have Asia markets, and then we have European markets, Euro market, right? Euro poors, Euro rich. You've heard of that before, right? So now we've got time, price, markets, and then what do we have? We've got a group of people that have to service all of those markets. So then we've got what? We've got a dealer. The dealer has to service price or options and shares through all of these markets. Here, you want these shares? No? Oh, this market wants these shares? Yes. Why? Because of where price is? I want options, bro. I want futures. I want shares. So now you can start to formulate an idea of where's price between markets, right? You can always tell, too, that dealers don't ever want options to pay. They want them to expire worthless. They want to remain at the end of that option's life delta neutral, right? So we've got, like, the life of an option. We've got who's participating, too, right? So you got price, time, markets, dealers, right? You've got Greeks built into options. You've got expiries and new contracts to roll. You've got price. We're going back and forth to these different places. You can start to like grasp that there's some pre-plannedness to this. There's a little bit of, this is kind of, and then everybody's in the same trades, right? So the market's all wound up until we come into these quarterly expiries when they all get together and say, what do you think is going to happen, bro? I'm really bearish. I'm really bullish. I think we can extend out to mid-July. I think we can go to August, bro. And then we get a whole new bunch of hedging flows and long flows and short flows, and it changes the dynamics of the market. You got sentiment wrapped up in this, upcoming known events. You can start to like kind of predict to some extent. You also have behaviors of people. Talk to you about how funds don't like chasing price on Monday morning. They don't care if it squeezes higher. They will fucking wait. They hate buying expensive shit if we're going up on a Monday, don't they? If we're going up. They'll just pass the trade up until it comes back to them. They're patient too, aren't they? They may or may not be in market too, right? We've got different forces in the market at different times in price, right? If we're at a certain price, you might see a bank come in. We're at another price, a bank will come in. We're at another price, a hedge fund will come in. We're at another price, retail will come in. You ever notice where you get stopped out? Like, God damn it, they took my stops. And then boom, they're off and running. That's because people know where your stops are. They know where the pain is. You ever notice that you take a call option and it doesn't print and it goes to 0? And 3 days later or a week later, they print your shit? So there's some finiteness to this market. When people tell you it's unpredictable, that is fucking false. There is some prediction to it ahead of time. Notice how we're pausing right now, and it's 12 p.m. This is also known as what? Wall Street lunch, right? Starting to come into lunchtime. Wingy, absolutely Ray Zeus, pay Zeus. Kevin L, can Spy just die already? I have a guy that I know from BlackRock that builds them. If you're really interested, how about this? I promise that between now and Sunday, I have a guy that I know at BlackRock that will build you one. He builds them for people right now. He's not cheap. He's very expensive. I think he charges like $300 an hour or so. Kind of cheap, believe it or not. Oh, he's got the bona fides. He worked for Melvin Capital. He's a fucking badass. He was a fucking trader for Melvin. He's made the rounds at all the big boys. He's very smart. About $300 an hour for dev. He's really fucking good at what he does. No. He'll design algorithmic trading software for you for whatever you want. Like, hey man, I want to get in at 10 a.m. and I want to get in at 1 o'clock every day, and I want it to be this, or he'll tell you. He's already built others, so he'll be like, hey, I do this. I was sitting in a fucking meeting with him, and I was watching real-time trading with millions of dollars, and they were getting in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I'm just watching the accounts just grow, and I'm like, holy fuck. I was like, oh my God. And he showed me, he was like showing me, it's almost like, you ever see like an AI, what they do, the AI virtual servers? They're like virtual servers that they're running again and again and again and again and again. And he was like showing me all the profits for the year, and I was like, my fucking face melted off. My fucking face melted off. He's like, why don't you just have me buy this? Or he goes, why don't you just have me build this for you? He's like, and just run this shit with your group. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that. I mean, if I blew up like millions of dollars, these guys would be in trouble. But probably already breaking the law if I do that. He's like, what the fuck do you care? I'm like, all right, no. So I said no, because I wanted him to build some other shit for me. But if you guys want to have him build something like that, I can't do it with a group. You can do it personally if you want. But with a group of, I'm here for education. That's it. So I'm here to like teach you guys. That's it. So, but I'll give you his information. Good job, Kevin L. Well, the buy was this morning at 10:30 for a print on the 18th. I said it, didn't I? You can search my post history. 10:30 a.m. buy for a print on the eve or morning of expiration. Working out so far, isn't it? Here, you want me to find you the post? Hold on here. Maybe I put it on FinTwit, maybe. I'll have to look for it later. I'm too lazy right now. You want to buy more because you're a greedy bitch? Thank you, Shintech. Yeah, you want to buy a long, or not buy, you want to open a long, bullish long of whatever of your choice, 10:30 a.m. on Friday morning, and you're looking for a payoff. Theoretically, without having an FOMC, I would say your theoretical print would be Vixpiration Eve or Vixpiration Morning, the opening fucking bell. That's why you do a spread too. You need you need buyers if you're not in a spread, or you could have real far out in time. You don't need a spread, but with FOMC, you could probably date it past it. They could try to repress price due to FOMC too, or the vol around it. So you could date it a little bit longer, farther out in time, but try to capture the print in any of those events. If you're on that trade right now, congratulations. You're going Big Burr, baby, already. If you don't know what I'm talking about and you're watching this show, I already know what you guys pay for subscription services. I don't charge any of that bullshit. $600, $400, $300 a month for 4 stock picks. I actually give the group stock picks every day. I think I charge $28 a month or something, and it's literally to keep the lights on. Literally, keep the lights on. My time here, and that's it. I don't make any fucking money off that shit. So, and it keeps out like the do-gooders and the wolves and the bots. I used to have a Discord with 15,000 members. I literally burned it to the ground. I could have sold it. I used to fucking kick 1,000 to 3,000 people at a time. It was open and free. It was a shit show. I could have sold the Discord for money, and instead I deleted it. I take no sponsors. I trade for a living. If you want to support what we do, join up, tradethetrigger.com. You'll never see me on Twitter like pushing that shit. I rarely talk about it on the show. I'm here with you most days of the week, year round. 250 fucking trading days of the year, or you get a self-guided stream, and you get your hand held through all of it. We have licensed guys inside our shit. And I know a bunch of you out there watch the show because I got the stats. Like Dexero people were making fun of me last week or 2 weeks ago. They're like, why haven't you monetized? Why aren't you selling Ginsu knives, bro? You need to become me, Kevin. You need to always win, man. Have a pink polo on and a parted haircut. Start making videos of you inside of a Lamborghini and a jet plane that's fake. You gotta capitalize. Yeah, Blind Nest Owl is an old G. He knows about that shit. It was a fucking disaster. It was out of control. It was great, but it was out of control. It was a fucking shit show. Like we had it was almost like Lord of the Flies. It was like I was like, what the fuck are you guys doing over there? They'd like open a door. There'd be like 3,000 people, like one room by themselves, and they'd be looking at me and be like, "Get out!" Close the door. Be like, "All right, can't go in there." Oh yeah, poop. I've never merchandised. I've never done merch. I've never done sponsors. I've never done recorded like educational videos, like stupid shit, highlight reels. I haven't done anything on TikTok to like monetize. Like I have reams and reams of content to do that with. Segments. Anybody got no time for that segments? We could just do, if I read just the news to you every day, I could record that and post it on TikTok and monetize it for probably like 6 figures. I kid you not. Like when I read the news to you, we could take that segment, put it on TikTok. One of you guys, if you did that for me, you could literally make $100K a year doing that. Do you know that? Like if I monetize this shit, I'd be a fucking multi-millionaire. But I don't do any of that shit to you guys. There's like some weird relationship we have. It's a nice community. I like it like this. It's like a low roar. Bunch of fucking pirates. But I'll say something to you though. I want to say something to the community. Joe was talking to me one day, and like someone had come after me or something, and Joe was like, "Dude, do you have any idea like the loyalty of this community?" I'm like, "Nope." He's like, "Dude," he's like, if anybody talks shit about me, he's like, they thought, he's like, they burn him to the fucking ground. I'm like, "No way." He's like, "Oh yeah." It's like, dude, it's bad. He'll do the roar. It's a fucking badass community. Born out of blood and sweat and tears, it has been. And any of the OGs know this too. It's fucking insane. Bunch of gaps to close above here at 603.20. Slowing down a little bit of Wall Street lunch action going on now. Should start picking up as we get into 12:30, 1 and 1:30. After some consolidation, it's still looking bullish right now. I'm going to take a quick break. I got to go take a pee. I got to go pump some weights so I'm not, big fat old man, die young. So I'm just going to go hit the weights really quick, and I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to fill up on some water. I'll be back here in a little bit with you guys. I'll leave the stream up, of course. I'm going to put the news squawker on. Keep you entertained. Note there's that 130 bar right there. We've got some targets to the upside. And I'll be right back with you guys in a few moments, all right? Oh, one last thing. If you're watching on YouTube, YouTube has a native delay. I use fiber. This is a real office. This is not like my home. I built an actual office. I have 2 fiber lines running into this office. The real-time latency from me to you from my end is about 3 seconds. 3. I even process data before I send it to you, so it's lightning quick. Gets compressed through the series of tubes. So if you're experiencing any latency, it's either your internet or where you're viewing us. YouTube forces a natural delay of anywhere from 7 to 12 seconds because people do crazy shit on live streams. Twitch does not. If you ever want to make the jump to Twitch to watch, the native delay is anywhere from like 3 to 7 seconds if you've got a good internet connection at home. I know you might be unfamiliar with Twitch, but when you get to know it, it's really cool. You can actually detach the window and keep working on your phone or on your computer. YouTube has some wonkiness to it. So if you ever want to watch us or view us, and also YouTube is, I think Twitch is native all the time, 1080 or something like that with low computer consumption and stuff like that. So check out Twitch if you ever have the chance, wherever you're watching us at. One last thing, take a break. When I get back, I'm going to give you some expectations into next week. I'm going to give you a midday expectation for next week. We're going to do a little bit more wrap up into what to expect into next week and some stuff that's going to come out. Okay. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but I think I repeated myself. But you'll get an expectation from me on what to expect in the upcoming week. And we're going to talk about some dates and times for things next week. We're going to talk about the DivX capture trade if we have time, and I'll try to have VolWiz do a more complex explanation. I'll try to dumb it down for you. He's a real smart guy, so sometimes people have a hard time understanding him. him and I work really well together because he speaks at a high level, and I try to reinterpret what he's saying at a low level, so that you can grasp those concepts easily. I will be back with you guys in just a little bit, and we'll talk some more. Where is Financial Squawker? Where is the news squawker? Give me that news squawker. Put on the news squawker.
Nuclear facility.
Is it jazzercise? What did I write there? Jim James is going to change his diaper and do some jazzercise. Okay. Just a note here that we're coming into some supply right now. Watch out. We have supply here and then another bar above at 6050. We're currently trading 6020. That was an inflection point. If we look on the bottom right-hand side right now, I want you to look at this. There's right here, there's some resistance. Remember, don't diddle in the middle. If we reject, you don't want to go down. You want to see a break above and then a new high to take the trade to 6050. We're at a natural inflection point right now. So what does that mean? It means that you want to see this is some resistance. You want to see us break above it. And then we'll start talking about trading 6050 with a new high. Don't get caught in here. Note that if we do break above, we are going to go attempt to close the gap.
So the US moves to ease rules hindering Tesla's self-driving cybercab.
A note that the 5-minute trigger is crossing the hourly trigger right now.
Seeing more ex-witness reports with escalation in Iran. Multiple strikes reported against the city of Karaj, which is just to the northwest of the Iranian capital of Tehran. Air raid sirens sounding in Jerusalem now, according to witnesses on the wires. So Al Jazeera on X citing the Israeli Home Front Command, saying that air raid sirens are sounding in Jerusalem and southern areas as well. Sky News Arabia is saying that sirens are sounding in Jerusalem after a rocket was fired from Yemen towards Israel. So IDF confirming as well. The sirens in Jerusalem area after a projectile fired from Yemen, as reported by Sky News Arabia. Israel's national security advisor says military means that they cannot destroy Iran's nuclear program. And Israel's national security advisor says the military campaign can create conditions for a US-led deal that will thwart Iran's nuclear program, though.
My trading is done. Let me see here. What we got going on? I don't know. By 1 p.m. All right, here we go.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the weekly Baker Hughes rig count numbers. Oil rigs, the per hour was 442, and total rigs, the per hour was 559.
I got? Come on.
Iran's Mayor News says a loud explosion was heard in the central city of Isfahan. Iranian media adds that air defense is now activated in central Tehran. In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the weekly Baker Hughes rig count numbers. Oil rigs prior 442, total rigs prior 559.
I'm done trading for the day. My trade is in. Yes. Oh, that's dope. That crayon thing is rad. I just posted my trade in the Discord. You want to know how I know this? I'll show you here. I was gonna get a hold on here. So what I'm looking at here is an hourly chart on another level. You're doing what right now? You're making money, huh? Oh. You're making money right now, huh? Okay, so I'm very happy for you and proud. So here, let's shit. Hold on here. I gotta pull my hair back. Normally I wear my hair straight up, but I put the earmuffs on. All right, so what I'm looking for, I'll show you what I'm looking for. So let me show you what I'm looking for. So I feel like we are in a mechanical trade right now. Now, I got to look at the downsides of this mechanical trade for OPEX. And I do think that the argument can easily be made that we're going to target
rig count numbers
600 or even lower. Is a possibility. Most definitely. I think that possibility increases the closer we get to Vixpiration and OPEX, like an unclench of sorts. I don't have a lot of time to take this trade. I've got like now into likely Vixpiration. Maybe a run up into the FOMC. No, I do want to show you what I'm looking at here. So I want you to see like, no, what's going on here? See how we have a Vixpiration right here? And we unclench down. Now we could unclench lower in our case, like 6,000 or something. So there's potential for that I'm wrong here. Now, but for today, for this trade that I'm looking for, there's a few things I can see here in prior history.
Use total rigs 555, 555. That's a decline of 4 rigs.
So if we look at prior highs over here, right? We're in this week right here, prior highs. We kind of missed it up here. You see how we're like grazing it, but not quite hitting the high? I'm going to assume that that's like 610 in our case, right? And I also think that we're on a Friday. And I was taking a look here and I was like, hey, what's this right here? This is an hour chart. So at 12:30, this is the 12:30 1 hour candle, and this is the low. So it looks like we, looks like in the prior case, we actually went up in pre-market, slammed down, up and then down at the 12:30 candle.
Oil rigs 430.
And then we just ground up and
39.
continued higher.
3 rigs from the prior week.
Into Vixpiration and OPEX, right? Now, do I think we're going to hit that like 610 on Vixpiration? Probably not. And then I think we can actually sell back down into like 600 or so. So I'm open to all that, and I think my window ends as we get closer to these dates. So my plan here is this. I was looking at current price action on an hourly chart. And number one, if you look at this screen right here, you can't see an hourly candle, right? But my thesis here is that here's 12:30 right here, right? This is 12:30. This is 1 o'clock. And you're looking for the 12:30 low, either here, whoop, or down here, doesn't matter. But this should leave a wick behind. So you should get a wick and then a big body candle. You know, I'm not drawing that exactly right, but if you were to look at an hourly, it would look like a wick, and then it should look like a candle going higher, right? Something like that. Make sense? So this should be a wick of some kind. Now, I don't know if I'm wrong or right, and remember that this is a 1-minute chart, right? This doesn't tell you everything, does it? You ever notice when we're on like we're trading here in the show, and it's like bloodbath, market crash. And then if you were to open it up on a daily candle, it was like, here's the daily candle, and we were trading like this much. I mean, seriously, we're trading this, and this, of course, looks like death and destruction. So you got to consider that too, like scale out a little bit. So on the bottom right-hand side over here, let's go back and look at where we are in actual real time. So a couple things. Let's go look at where we are right now. And for all the hubbub that's going on right now, right? So let's take a look at where we are. So this is actual price action. So this is trend, right? This is where people are scared to buy dips. This is where people are scared to buy dips. And today I was given a gift. Instead of squeezing up and then down, we were given World War III. Came up, and we fought our way back. Now, if I don't think into OPEX or Vixpiration, or maybe Jerome will get us a squeeze for like 15 minutes, right? I have a few opportunities here, right? I have an opportunity to get a print between now and the 18th and the 20th. So we could just grind. Oh, I'm in profit. Actually, we could grind into Monday. In profit. If we were to squeeze up into pre-Vixpiration, profit, Vixpiration, max profit. Let's say we get into Powell, right? We fade this, slam down, suck us back up, profit, max profit. So I've got some opportunity here. The way that I would be wrong in here would be, or invalidate, as someone asked me earlier, would be what? We start breaking trend, right? So if my trade is bad, right? I've got a sold call and a bought call, right? What would I need to see? I would need to see a breakdown in a new low, wouldn't I? And I would need to see that before we get to this volatility over here, right? So I would need a reason for the market to burn off right now. So I'd probably need some material war news. Trump headline. There's no other news coming out.
Military instructing their residents across Israel to remain close to protected spaces.
Another thing that could happen would be that they're putting us into price to get to 6,000. That makes sense. That's right where we are, though. So let's say we've got a month-end magnet. What is going on? There's 630. And let's say the target is not on OPEX 610. Let's say it's 600. And we got some ranging going on here, right? And they try to bring us up and down and into this right here. I just need to like get up into this profit here. So as long as we remain range bound in here, we got the nice little bounce down below. My thesis is we go back up here, back down here.
Iran's press TV says
Does that make sense?
Statement by their Supreme Leader Khamenei will air shortly.
So this is what I'm looking for right here. I'm looking for this trade right here. Now, on a 1 minute basis, when you're looking at a 1 minute chart, probably looks horrible, right? So all I need to do is at some point between now and OPEX and Vixpiration, try to get up here. And not only that, so you got to think about Vixpiration. We never talk about that around here. And you need to think about one other thing. We've got Vixpiration.
Press TV noted that a televised statement by Iran Supreme Leader Khamenei is to air shortly.
Voice news disconnected.
So you've got Vixpiration and you've got DivX, right? DivX is when they pay, S&P 500 pays out a dividend. There are spread or option sellers that are trying to get out of their trades, and they do not want the DivX to print. So they'll always tell you like sell before we get to DivX, because people are trying to capture that trade. So there's like a fight between option sellers and DivX capture people. So they want nothing more than to send it down to the depths house. So there'll probably be some volatility around DivX too. I think that falls on Wednesday as well, or that's 20. It might fall on Friday. I put it in the brief. So you're gonna get a bunch of people that are like, we're not gonna print that, but there are people that want that money. So probably have a few chances to get some kind of a print. There's probably a lot of people saying out there like, oh, we're going to bloodbath all this, right? Maybe. But we probably swing back up here again, even if it's at the last possible minute. The one killer for me would be if we begin to break lower and we grind all this out, and then we only print that 600 somewhere in here. This is Friday, by the way. But I don't think they'll risk that. I would think with Jerome Powell speaking on Wednesday, the 18th, and Vixpiration, if it was me, I would want to see like VIX get murdered. Like murder the VIX up here. And then you ramp the VIX on Jerome Powell. Bloodbath. And then we come back for 600 into into actual OPEX right here. So I think it's like up, down, up, right? Bloodbath. Jerome, I wouldn't risk it if you're talking about like market mechanics. I'm like, you're really gonna like bloodbath this down into what? Jerome Powell over here? And then what, we get some doom with Jerome Powell, and before you know we're crashing? I don't know. Like I guess you could have that thesis. Where you gonna like have Jerome Powell come out, we're down like fucking 5, 6, 7%. It's possible. There is an argument for that too, and I'll explain that to you here in a minute. There's probably a contingent of there's probably a contingent of people that are saying, hey, there's going to be a big giant sucking sound on the collar. It happens. It does happen. The collar this time, though, happened. The collar is where the daily trigger is. It's 5,900. Could we get sucked into that? Yeah, but it's probably after OPEX and at month end, in my view, when they roll the collar. So, if that, so we get that big giant sucking sound in here, right? 900 is right there, right? This is the collar. If it was me, I would. If we were going to get sucked back down on the collar, either at month end or thereafter, I would think that you would reset. My personal belief would be that you'd reset the VIX, right? You'd let a bad, not bad, but just volatility with Jerome, right? Send us bloodbathing, right? You come back up, hit 6,000 for OPEX. And then the collar magnets you into this 5,900. We bounce off the collar as we roll the collar, and then we'll find out if we're going up and to the right for July or not, or if we're going to blast down. So for right now, I think the window for any more bullishness, whatever is left in a short-term trade, is probably here. And I think it's too dangerous to like blood us down into Jerome, blood it down here. I know that people want that to happen, but I don't see it. I don't think we're positioned for it. So this is my trade that I've put on. I would like to see some exposure to the upside here. I'm on trend in the bottom here. I think it's the place to put risk on. You know what I mean? If I ran this trade, you know, if I run this trade once, it worked. Twice, it worked. 3 times, it worked. 4 times, it worked. 5 times, it worked. 6 times, it worked. We're back on there again right now. So, you know, if it's wrong, if I ran the trade 300 times, I'd be right more than wrong. So I think that's the thesis for my trade. I think the thesis for my trade at least is, you know, not on a 1-minute chart, but on, you know, I'm trying to find somewhere to get long, and I realize that we can go down into OPEX and stuff like that. Now, could I be wrong here? I guess would be the big question. Sorry, that's a Tesla chart. We're rejecting right now. You see this, right? They're sending us down right now. But all I need to do is like kind of get that right, close the gap up there. I should be kind of in the money. Now, am I looking for a buy down below at 5,900? I am. I'm looking for a buy down here as well. Buy the fucking dip. For a long, but I'd rather be able to grab this like over here. Hold on here. And here's the gamma flip right here. So I'd really like to buy this like here if possible. You know what I'm saying? I'd like to buy this like somewhere down there. So I think like the last hurrah, my window ends right around the 18th, if that makes any sense. And if we begin to break down of this trend right here, if we begin to lose this trend right here, what can I do to manage the trade? Do you know? If I begin to lose this trend right here, I can close the long call and keep the sold call, can't I? Into the 20th. So the trade would be neutral at worst. And as a matter of fact, that sold call is what? 600C, right? So if I have a sold call here and it expires on the 20th, right? And we get underneath that 600 in trend, I'll probably be green with just the sold call, won't I? And we'll hit that 590 earlier. And you can see that trend right there, right? So I think I'm pretty good. I'm done for the day trading, I can tell you that. So I think I'm getting the good right now. So that just explains the thesis behind the trade. Yeah, I don't think I want to take it the whole way either. Or let me explain more of that too, because I think sometimes people get weirded out. Like I always say like price or time. So like I have a window of profit potential and time too. Like I've got if I'm looking at volatility, I have some events that I could print on. I feel like the most bullish window left is from now into expiration. If I'm in slight profit from now into expiration, I don't know that I'd want to hold the trade all the way into unless it's losing money. Maybe if it's not printing at all. But I could leave it on if it's burning. I could leave it on for the Fed meeting, and if it's like middle of the day, 2:34 in the afternoon, we like trade up into profit or something like that. That's why I like spreads right now too. If I wake up tomorrow and we're in a bloodbath down 1-2%, and then we're back up 2% or 3%, I don't like straight options over 3, 4, 5 days right now at all. As a matter of fact, let me show you something else here. So, hold on here. We took a trade from, let me show you here. We took a trade from, yeah, right there. Let me show you this. Let me just show it to you. So we took a trade. We took a trade from right here. And we didn't catch the print until right there. So even in this trade right here, right? They were like pounding us down, pounding us down, pounding us down, right? I'm making money, I'm losing money. I'm making money, I'm making a little bit of money. I'm making money, then it's just kind of grinding over here, right? And I'm like losing money again. I'm only up now from like here to here, right? And then there's like everybody's just afraid. I'm like, close your fucking laptops. And then we come back up here. And then I didn't actually get a print in cash market. This was not cash market, but then we got the print here. So, and along the way, if you remember the trade, I was like, hey, you can start taking profit. I was like, you got a wick here, right? You got a potential there. You got some potential there, and you got some potential here to just get out at different levels of profit and your thesis. And then, of course, we left profit, right? Down here again. And I'm like, yeah, maybe we can get back up here and see if I can, just get out a little bit, squeeze a little bit more out of it. So, if you're on like a 1 minute chart, it looks like doom and destruction. If you look on a scaled out chart a little bit, when we get back in like a day or 2 or 3 or whatever, and I don't really, I'm lowering my expectations here. So like I start making money anywhere in here. This is my max profit. I think I've reined in my expectations. I mean, even if we had something like this, I could probably exit the trade if I wanted to abandon it early. I would really need like crash over the weekend, wake up bloodbath on Monday morning. Anything like that, crash the close today, wake up crashing on Monday. So there's always risk too in these trades. There's always risk. Now there's something else we can look at here too. Let's look at this right here. So this is an hourly bar. We always talk about like damage. We have some indecision going on right now. We've got a wick. Oh, hold on. We've got a big wick right here. We got a big wick right here. We got a lot of like, we're going up, we're going down, we're going up, right? Damage, damage, damage. And we got like some, you know, you can never go above this, bro, kind of stuff going on. I'm hoping that this candle fills in. And then this candle fills in, you know? This candle fills in. So I can even look for some, price action over the next 3 or 4 hours, or not 3 or 4 hours. We got a 1:30 to, by the way, the stock market does not work from 1 to 2 p.m., 2 to 3, 4 to 5. Stock market works from half hours, like 12:30 to 1:30, 1:30 to 2:30, 3:30 to 4:30. I don't know if you know that, but those candles are on a half hour. So, well, the hour starts in a half an hour. So, what else can I do here to manage this trade? So if I don't see like a wick, if I don't see just a slightly higher wick, that's all I want to see, right? So is it showing me strength into the close, right? I want to see some strength into the close, right? I don't want to see a new daily low, do I? Like I don't want to see on a daily basis just right now. Let's look at where we are. I can look for behavior in the market right here. Like, I don't want to see a daily low, right? That's not fucking bullish. I don't want to see an inside candle, though, either, do I? So, personally, I'd like to see, like, the candles get stronger, right? And the wicks get stronger, and maybe make a new high into the bell. That would help. That would make me feel better, right? So, I'll be looking for these things, like, into the close to manage the trade, right? Hey, it's looking bullish in the close. I'm feeling confident in my trade. I know I've got a window. Not only that, though, but am I all account in right now? No. Is it a lotto trade? No. But I got some size on there. I can print 100% print, make quick 20 grand or something like that. Next 3-4 days, I'll be a happy guy. So it's not a lotto trade. I'm not spending, I'm not buying 300 contracts that are for 5 cents or 3 cents or 10 cents. I'm not going a third of my account on a seasonal trade right now. So you got to like measure size for your account. Is this like a hey, this is a sure fucking thing? No. Is it side of the barn? No. History though suggests that I'll probably have a good chance of being right. In my view, I think it's about a 60% chance of it printing, and I probably have a good chance of managing it. And if I get blown out over a weekend, I still have some events that could bring price back. If we're on a low going into FOMC, we could ramp this fucker up for just a half a day, and I'm all of a sudden in the money. I have this on OPEX too, so maybe it's burning the entire time, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, whoop, for 3:50 in the afternoon, big green bar up because we're dooming into OPEX. Last 5 minutes, my dead spread all of a sudden prints. So I have some options here, got some ways to manage the trade. I opened both legs separately. So if it gets really ugly, I wake up and I don't know, we got World War III going on and it's actually bad for the stock market. You know, I got a bought call and a sold call. What can I do with the bought call? I can leave it, right? In case it comes back, I can close it for whatever's left of profit on a high and fucking diamond hand the sold call right down into expiry, right? So I've got some ways to manage this between now. This is positive, by the way. It's not negative. It's I'd say this is neutral right now. But anyways, I think that's for me trading done. I haven't been in a lot of trades like this since I closed the other day. So now here's the last part of these trades, and that would be do not micromanage them. You're like, if you're on a 1 minute chart, you're not like, oh my God, this is the worst kind of stuff. You're looking for certain behaviors that I just described to you. So as we come into the close today, are we bullish? That would be my first thing that I'm looking for. Is do we close bullish? Do we close negative and bearish? And there is one bad thing going on right now. The market right now is, note this right here, this is 130, right? So we're coming into this moment where we should get some either directional change or we should continue higher, right? So as we come into 130, right, and I have this marked in yellow, I want to look for the behavior of the stock market and why. Mostly because puts have been on bid at the end of the day. What I don't want to see happen here from now into the close on a Friday is the market freaks out. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mind if between now and 3:30, let's look at this here. We got 2:30. Okay, we got 2. We've got 3 o'clock right here. Is that 2? There's 2:30. There's 3 p.m. Here is 3:30. We have a lot of time ahead, right? We got plenty of time the rest of the day. So I think that puts are on bid right now, right? Everybody's like, "Hey man, everything's gonna be fine, bro. It's gonna be fine, right?" I could go on like Bloomberg's front page and plaster something that says, "It does not matter what's going on in Iran. It does not matter what's going on in Iran and Israel, and it will not affect the stock market." People don't care if they're long the market; they are going to hedge. If the price of SPY goes up $3 over the weekend, they don't care if those puts burn, even if they're neutral. They've protected themselves. So we've got some more stuff going on. So what I don't want to see into the close, though, is, so if this is 3:30 right here, what I don't want to see from 1:30 to 2:30 is like, you know, doom, 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 breather up here, and then doom, 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 doom. Way down to a new intraday low. I don't want to see it. So if I do begin to see that into the close today, how would I manage that position? Or how can I manage that position? And this is when you also come into, are you opening legs separately, or can you be long and short at the same time? So let's say I have this thesis, which I do, right? If my thesis is wrong, but I still think I can get a print, you know, it's okay for you to have multiple trades on different time frames and dates, right? I'm trying to capture this over here. I'm trying to capture that over here. You know, I've got this bias of being here and here, or we range within here, and all of a sudden we start ranging out of it. You can always put another trade on, right? You can if you have like, hey, I'm trading flies, but I'm also trading inside of this with 0 dates, let's say, or spreads, or like not spreads, but because flies are spreads too. But let's say I've got a bearish bias down here with an ultimately, as a matter of fact, our our trade for summer is up and down, right? So like our trade for summer is, this is the wrong screen to be doing this on, but hey, we're going to go up but eventually come down. So you put a hedge on here for this outcome, and you know, for part of that trade you're losing, right? But you're hedging so that in case we crash early, you can capture it. Makes sense? And if we're going up this entire time during that hedge, does that mean you can't take a call or a call spread? No, you run it up, and then you in the back end catch the end of your hedge, right? So don't feel like I think one thing that people get involved in is that they get pigeonhole themselves. Like we use on this show, we'll say bull bear a lot, and it's mostly to honey trap you, so that we can teach you that it's not real. Like there's no such thing as a bull and a bear. It's used for shit talking or comedy. But in reality, you shouldn't be a bull or a bear. You don't necessarily have to trade both sides, bull and bear. But there's buyers and sellers, and there's supply and demand, and people are in multiple positions. So don't ever feel like I see like new traders will be like, I'm committed to this thesis, and if the thesis is wrong, they can't switch, or they can't manage their trade, or they can't even just add to their trade on the opposite side. So if I pay $100 for to open a position, and I don't have infinite losses, I can just lose the $100, and it starts to go against me. But I think it's coming back, and I've got good reason for that, right? Within managing that trade, I can add to that position on a second low. I can counter my own trade. Hey, I got call spreads going higher. We're starting to break down. I'm going to leave them on, but I am going to take puts here, right? So the trade cost me $10. I make $3 on puts, let's say. All of a sudden, that original trade, this is kind of rolling your trade in ways. All of a sudden, that $3 paid, shaved off the $10 cost on my bad trade. So now that bad trade costs me $7. Now let's say I come back at the end of my trade and I was expecting to make 20, and I only made 13 or 14. But because I made the $3 in the puts, I'm like $17 now. You know what I mean? So you have to actively manage your positions. Is any of this making sense to you guys? And it should always be this kind of like rolling thing. That's kind of why I day trade too. So like I just made bunch of money, and I'm trying to make some money day trading too, right? I'll take a hit here for 2 cents or 20 cents, hurting my ultimate profits. But you should always be like rolling your trades, and trying to make your trades even cheaper over time. So let's say I take a call spread here, right? So my bias is that I've got a small window of bullishness. Does that mean that I won't take 0-day calls between here and there and like add on to the trade? Fuck no. Of course I do. If I'm winning this trade, I will add to those winners. Have you ever heard that statement? You add to your winners. People think when you're adding to your winners that means you diamond hand to the end. No. It means like if you're directionally going in the direction you want to go in, you like start adding more aggressive shit, right? Like 0-day calls, 0-day calls. We have some potential in this trade too to moon, right? As we get close to expiration. Like a chance to ramp those days. So if we start ramping the expiration eve, I'm hammering the 0-day button call with it, right? So make sure you're just managing this trade if you're in it. And the last part I want to say on this is that this is not of like between degenerate and sure thing seasonally. We're at a major bottom. It's not either of those. It's like a weekly bias trade to the upside to make some money. Does that help? I don't know if it does or doesn't, but I was being asked some questions in the Discord about managing the trade, I think. And I love spreads. I used to like back in the day, you used to be able to like buy a monthly or weekly call. And if you were in trend in the bottom, they would just print like regular. Not anymore. There's too much high frequency trading going on, in my view. Like, so back in the day, a long time ago, See here. A long time ago, I used to feel like if you were, let's say you're doing a weekly and we were going up, price fucking followed that whole week pretty clean. These days, it's like we've got so much in and out action that it's like bam, 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 bam. You know, that kind of stuff, right? Swing it back up. Swing it back down. Not in market hours. So you used to be able to buy like a call or a put for a downtrend, like a month out, and you'd make money fairly consistently. These days, like if you're just like, I don't know, if you're synthetically long, you kind of have to be in a spread, or you have to be in like a far dated long or something. Like, hey, I bought some calls that are 3 years out or 2 years out or 1 year out. Those days are over, I think. So I notice it when I'm trading zero dates. What I'll do is I'll be like, oh, I'll buy a Friday call and hope it prints today into the close, and they get annihilated. Or no, not annihilated. We directionally go there, but they don't print. They'll print like 10, 20%. And I'm like exposure. And if they don't, then I got to hold them for 2-3 days and make a down move. I don't have tons of intrinsic value. And then by the time I get to the price point I want, I'm not making any money. I think zero dates have become way more useful than they ever were in a lot of ways for expressing a directional trade with no intrinsic value. And I think spreads are the old school weeklies or monthlies, a lot of ways on SPY in particular. What else do I got here? I'm going to read some news to you before the end of the day today. Walmart stock looks like it's in trouble. What the chart says what comes next. Walmart's in that same category as Dollar General and Dollar Tree. Israel's strike on Iran could come on Friday. What else they got here? U.S. Cats declaring a state of emergency due to preemptive strike against Iran. No, wait a minute. That was a long time ago. Wait a minute here. I'm way off here. Hold on. What do I got here for you? Let me read some stuff to you here just to get you caught up over the weekend. It is 1:39 in the afternoon. I'm going to move here I'm going to shift gears here as it's Friday. And we only have a couple hours left until the close of Friday. So I'm going to give you some news pieces. I call this segment "And Nobody Ain't Got No Time for That." This is where I'm going to read some news to you, post some charts to you inside the Discord. I'm going to get you up to speed on expectations over the weekend. And I'm going to leave you with a few pieces of advice. So we're going to start with the advice. We are coming into a period of mechanical actions in the stock market. We're very wound up on quarterly OPEX. I want you to know that if you closed your positions for the quarter at this point, if you have, and you're looking to either get long or short for July or farther out in time, the time period right now for those trades is hedging flows. You should be putting or constructing hedges for July, August, September. And then you should not be committing to longs until after we get past the 30th, somewhere around the 3rd. If I was to take a long for Q3, I would really like to see us trade at some point between now and the next 3 weeks, 592, I think. And if we wick down lower to like 89, all the better. But as long as we respect that daily trigger, I'm going to be looking for that trade. Now, if we don't respect that stuff and I'm already hedged, I will add to that hedge and get more aggressive. And we'll turn bearish together. In the meantime, if you wanted to as a trader, you don't have to do anything. You don't need to be in any other trades right now. Do you understand me? Like, you can just sit on your hands in this transition period and digest what's coming. A lot of people are doing nothing right now. I am here with you 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. You don't have to feel like you have to trade with me intraday every day. Don't feel like you have to like have a million trades on every year or all year long. Like, hey, I'm day trading, I got spreads, I'm short overnight, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm never sleeping. You don't have to do that stuff. Trade what works for you. For most of you, and I'm being serious here, for most of you, I would say 70% of traders, they have no business trading from today until July 3rd, unless they're hedging or they're waiting for some inflection points lower to either go long or short for Q3, but that's not today, right? That's like July 3rd-ish, unless we break out of trend to the upside somehow and backtest. And I want you to know that. This is like when we're talking about Fed meetings. Most of you should trade the reaction and not be guessing ups and downs. So I'm going to let you know that too. There are easier trades available coming to you. We are in the summer trade, and we're coming into this mechanical process. And I want you to write that down somewhere. And then when we're done with quarterly OPEX, if you're green, good, you've survived. If you're red, I want you to look back on what I said to you today, and then not hindsight trade, but say to yourself, yeah, maybe I should sit out certain times, you know? You ever notice when we have an NFP, your best traders are like, I'm just going to stick. I've already explained why that is, but you fade the reaction right afterwards, right? It's an easy layup trade. If we're up heading in NFP, we normally go down. If we're down in NFP, we normally go up. But then you fade that trade too, right? It's like a layup trade. So don't feel like you have to trade this. Don't feel like you have to even trade anything. There are easier trades coming after quarterly OPEX, where it's more consistent, right? So I'm going to leave you with that. We are heading into a Friday. Then I'm going to address with you the war with Israel and with Iran. I am not afraid of that in any way, shape, or form. I'm not hedged for any kind of negative outcomes like World War III, anything kind of craziness like that. If you want to do that, so be it. If you wanted to hedge that, 0 penny puts for Monday. The first put you see for Monday on SPY, that's 1 penny. It's cheap. If we go to nuclear war or something and we blast down, limit down kind of a situation, you're going to be rich. You're going to literally, you're like $300. I wouldn't do it on SPY. I would do it on maybe I would do it on SPX. But you should only be paying like nothing for them. You could spend like $300. I'm being serious here. You can spend like $300 and you'll print like $30,000, $50,000. Literally $300. So, should you take that trade to make money? No, only if you have underlying longs in the market. That's it. Or you're willing to burn it to the ground. That you don't care if it burns. If you're worth $1 million and you're spending $300, that's cool. It's like pull tabs at a VFW. Sure, do it. Do you have conviction in that trade winning? Don't. Okay. What else? We have some news to read to you. I'm gonna give you some news really quick, and going to start with, this is the part of the show you guys probably aren't going to like. I'm going to read some Gamma Insights here, okay? Gamma versus Spot shows a steep increase in negative gamma at lower strikes, which could take us as low or even lower than -2 million, which would be a rather unprecedented situation. One-day charts are in a sea of negative strikes spanning from 6,000 down to 5,900. Traders are prepared for everything, it seems. So when people tell you that they're not bearish, they're lying to you. Everyone is positioned for a fucking crash, literally. As of now, moves in all relevant assets are very contained, but this could change very quickly at any time. If investors decide to de-risk ahead of the weekend, watch out. Okay, so even right now, see where we're positioned right now? There is potential for de-risking from right now into the close. Okay, there is a lot of fear out there. The stock markets and the options market is positioned for some kind of real bad doom scenario over the weekend. And I want you to be aware of that, okay? Most of the time that is due to people that own the underlying. I don't know that you can trade that. I think that maybe you jump on board that. Now, can it happen? Yes. Can there be some unrealized vol from that over the weekend? Yes. Yesterday we had that same situation, right? We blasted down in the overnight and then it recovered by open, right? So you have unrealized and realized volatility, right? So we ramp unrealized, or we print unrealized volatility, but we don't print realized volatility. And then you could have some people that are like, fuck it, I'm selling SPY. I own $500,000 in SPY. I'm going to get out, and I'm not even going to put a hedge on. So if you get those two flows happening, bunch of puts coming on the market into the close, and then a bunch of panicins into the weekend, you could get a bloodbath into today's close. You could even today, if you wanted to express that idea by getting yourself some zero dates into the bell today, right now, puts, and chasing any kind of doom into the close to like 415, okay? So I want to make you aware of that the options market and the gamma market is poised for a crash over the weekend. I am not on that trade. I want you to know that. That doesn't mean you shouldn't be on the trade or try to monetize that trade or take that trade on. You can just remain flat over the weekend. You don't have to take any trades this weekend. You just be flat. You can literally go about your weekend, not freak out, not go down the rabbit holes on FinTwit as they spin yarns about market crashes and how Iran is going to ruin the U.S. economy and that kind of stuff. You just go flat. Another way to express that trade would be if we panic sell the close. I already talked to you about that earlier. And the gamma market is poised for that panic sell into the close here. Here is 1600 right here. What you'd want to be looking for. And we have the daily low, which is right here. I want to show you that. The daily low. Told you I don't want to see a new low, right? This is 1030. I'm going to move that right there. This is the daytime buyers today, this green box. Forget that one. That was from earlier. If we go risk off into the weekend, you would see a trade below 596.94. We're pretty close there, aren't we? Getting pretty close, right? If you see a trade below this into the close, right here, that means the market is going risk off into the weekend. It also means that the market is becoming heavily hedged, increases into the weekend. So be aware of that into the close today. Here's your 4-hour right here. If you are long into the weekend here and you see any of this negative price action into 4 p.m., you may want to consider if you want to stay long over the weekend. The next thing that I want to read to you at 11:30 Italian, Israel. Oh, wait a minute. Radiation levels outside the Natanz facility remained unchanged. The type of radioactive contamination present inside the facility, mainly alpha particles, can be managed with appropriate protective measures. Israel Premier Netanyahu expects Iran to attack Israel. Aerospace and defense stocks were up 0.9% higher today. Remember, we talked about defense stocks last night. Talked about oil last night. We talked about Brent. U.S. President Trump doesn't expect a regional war in the Middle East. He says it is still not too late for Iran to make a deal. The U.S. the U.S. quote knew everything, end quote, about Israel's strike on Iran, Trump said, adding, quote, I tried to save Iran humiliation and death, end quote. Quote, I tried to save them very hard because I would have loved to have seen a new deal work out. They can still work out a deal, however, it's not too late. Further, did you guys know about the Pentagon pizza deliveries? That's one way to find out if we're going to do an attack anywhere in the world. Iran knew this was happening. So when Iran says we didn't know, that's bullshit. Yesterday, I showed you guys how to look for an attack on the Israel and Iran subreddits. Yesterday, we knew there was going to be an attack here on the show. Earlier in the day, we knew. What else do we have here? JPM on Israel. I'm going to post these in the Discord. This is JPM on their take on the war. I'm going to do some at everyone's. This is JPM's take on Israel, Iran, and oil. Also, Israel's national security advisors say military means cannot totally destroy Iran's nuclear program, but can create conditions for a U.S.-led deal that will thwart Iran's nuclear program. Iran will not participate in negotiations with U.S. scheduled for Sunday. The Houthis are preparing for a massive attack against Israel, according to sources. Also, Rebecca Chong, she was discussing, if you remember, a few weeks ago, putting on a hedge in the markets for a print in October. Volatility Wiz kind of trashed that one because it was so simple, I think. But she had something to say today. And she's normally a pretty bearish person. She said the U.S. equities still show signs of a bubble, but not imminent risk. Although U.S. equities continue to show signs of a bubble conditions, they're not ripe for a major drawdown just yet. With corporate buybacks about to enter pre-earnings blackout, as well as a pension month and equity selling coupled with retail market making, mutual fund and foreigner sell bias could put some short-term pressure on equities. However, my core view is that a quiet summer implies low realized volatility, which could trigger systematic funds to buy gradually, given their buying alone is expected to be small and slow. Summer upside should be limited. Once the summer is over, risk control and CTA exposures could rise back to levels that are vulnerable to external shocks again. Therefore, I continue to like hedges out to September. I think she said October last time. Or overlay core long equity position with call or call spread overriding in the next few months to earn carry. And that's what I'm doing. I'm doing a hedge for an October print. I'm using call spreads that are closer in the money. And also, if you look at that chart that I have pinned to my Twitter handle, you'll see that there's a 2024 and a 2019 overlay. In the 2019 overlay, we underperformed, but still ground up and to the right. What else do I have for you? Oh, yeah, well, that's another thing. 45 Forever saying fade this shit. I do want you to know when I read you this, ain't nobody got time for that. Remember that people are selling you their omen book. So be aware of that. What else do I have for you? Oh, I got one more for you. What is a risk-free asset? Oh, God. Are they talking about fucking gold again? I'll post this one to Bears. This one's for Bears. Peter Schiff too. All the gold. If you're a gold or a silver bug, there's a post in the Discord for you. I'm not gonna read it. It's too early for that shit. What else do I have for you here? Give me a quick second here. I got a couple things I gotta go over. I gotta get this shit out of the way. We do this every day. I just want you to have some complete information here. Gold to hit 4,000 as China continues to secretly buy much more than it reports. Hedge funds are positioned for a risk-off environment. Hold on here. If you are risk-off, I'm going to give you something to read. Me too. I do too, man. I can't fucking wait, dude. It's gonna be the most epic fucking short. It's gonna be. Yeah. I'm with you. If you are feeling risk-offish, feeling risk-off. Here is an article. That's for you guys inside the Discord. You can't really short gold until we I would say the first opportunity to short gold. You want to know the real way to short risk or short gold? It's probably by going to Polymarket. And I keep checking Polymarket, and I haven't seen the bet up yet. What you want to do is you want to go to Polymarkets and check back, and when they start, they're going to start to run a program where they'll ask the question, will the House or Senate flip Democrat or hamstrung where nothing can get done, like gridlock? They're going to ask that question as we get closer to the midterms. If Polymarket at any point, listen to me closely here, guys. This is important. If Polymarket at any point has the House and Senate going to Democrats enough to create gridlock or goes Dem, you could probably almost at that point start your first short on gold. GS trades against Polymarket right now, I know for a fact. And yeah, definitely. That would and not only that, you would also use that as a signal for the market to begin, or to even if it was temporary, to stop trading against Trump. You could see like a lapse of pre-election where the market stops listening to Trump, and then if the Republicans retain the midterms, then the market would begin to listen to Trump again. As a matter of fact, some of the Trump baskets have been coming off recently, so they're probably winding down that Trump trade to a point where they will. I was talking about this on Twitter the other day that there's probably even a basket of stocks that we don't know about, where there's small entries. Like I would be testing waters on on a Trump, or on a gridlocked House and Senate trade, where you buy it cheap now. Like, what stocks would benefit from a gridlocked House and Senate? Even if they win, you'd still want some exposure there. And at any point, if it's expected that Trump could lose that power, you'd probably see gold of the first gold short. And then if he lost the House and Senate, or it was like half and half, and there was gridlock, you'd probably take your second short on gold at that point. If I had to guess on that, it would be that. It would embolden other countries to not make deals at that point with Trump and bide their time until the next election. Watch those things very, very closely. What else do I have for you here? That's how you short gold, in my view. What else do I got for you guys? Hold on here. I'll see if I have any stock picks before the end of the day, and then I'll give you expectations over the weekend. What the fuck am I looking for here? Right there. Remember, risk off into the weekend. UBS calls bottom in diamond market. Yeah, we're grinding down here. See this? We're losing the market here. This looks like risk off into the close. You see how there's nothing here? See how we're losing? See how the black on the screen here? This book map is showing black. See this right here? We're losing the market. They're trying to go risk off here.
Voice news disconnected.
Turn that back on. Iranian attack on central Israel is incoming right now, so be careful. Even though markets don't go down, if we do have active war conditions in cash market, you could see it. 1 minute ago, breaking, Iran has launched a barrage of ballistic missiles at Israel. Sirens will sound in the coming minutes. Expiring today, June 13th, puts. Warning to you here, warning, warning. Get any zero dates there? 593. 593 or 10 cents. Just a warning to you out there that we're getting reports right now that just 1 minute ago, Iran has launched a barrage of ballistic missiles at Israel. Sirens will sound in the coming minutes in Israel. It is not broken on the. It hasn't hit the news feed yet. This is real. What I'm telling you right now is real. It hasn't hit the news wire yet. Damn it. Okay, I got that right. Iran stating that they launched 100 missiles at Israel. This is just the first barrage. And I've got the squawker on. It's not. It hasn't. It, once it gets picked up, people are going to freak out.
So seeing from some sources and reporters familiar on X saying that the Iran barrage on Israel consists of some 100 plus ballistic missiles.
It's now starting to hit the wires. Mm. 2:11 in the afternoon, Wall Street time.
Sirens now sounding in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, according to witnesses.
It's actually not that bad, 100 missiles. The last time, I think it was 300 missiles. Or 150 or 300. And there are Iron Dome batteries set up everywhere at this point.
IDF say that all of Israel is under fire as Iran fires their projectiles.
It's going to take a quick look at VIX 9-day here. The VIX 9-day beginning to ramp. Have a half-hour trigger crossing up through the monthly trigger. VIX 9-day holding the day trigger. Not quite high enough for it to be spot up, vol up. Need to be above 6,000. We're below it right now. It'd be spot up, or excuse me, spot down, vol up. Are you fucking shitting me? He shot down his wingman? Oh my God. I have like, it's like way back in the day, I went and did a tour, a very short tour under UN flag when I was a young guy. And like the nightmare fuel of ever like fighting for Ukraine or Russia or even living. Ukraine's was like pre-war a cool place, but that shit's the stuff of nightmares. Like between like the shoddy ass equipment and especially for Russia. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Let me look. Sorry.
Explosions now heard over Tel Aviv, according to witnesses.
Massive targets in Israel right now. I've got a map of targets.
Seeing a bit of weakness come through in the S&P 500 US indexes in general here.
These are the targets. Missile defense systems have been activated. I'm watching live stream video right now of the Iron Dome defense network launching missiles into the sky. At least one ballistic missile has impacted in Tel Aviv near an Israeli SAM battery. Active missile engagement ongoing in Jerusalem. Israeli anti-ballistic interceptors seen launching. Sorry, that was some audio. Hang tighter, guys. I'm trying to get some live feed going here. Breaking direct hits in Tel Aviv. Several missiles rain down on Israel targets right now. I'm not seeing any explosions. I'm seeing 2 explosions right now in Tel Aviv, but I'm not seeing any confirmation of other missiles exploding at this point. Looks like they're breaking up in the sky. I think the Iron Dome can probably handle about 300 missiles right now, somewhere in there. Well, we diverted missiles from Ukraine to Israel, and Israel is also moving some of their interceptors farther out from like I think it was surrounding areas of Israel. I don't know exactly what they're doing, or high spots or something like that. And they're talking about moving some of their missile defense, spreading them out farther in the country. So they could be diluted to some extent. And I don't know if they received Patriot batteries or not. Sorry that I'm so quiet. I'm scanning with I'm scanning visually a bunch of different news sources I've got spread out across screens right now. There are reports of explosions, not explosion, but explosions heard over Tel Aviv.
Confirmation from IRNA as Iran's response to Israel has begun.
Israel official live feed of Israel's military spokesman briefing cut short due to incoming Iranian attack. This is now being picked up on national news in the U.S. with ABC confirming.
So the IRNA say that hundreds of ballistic missiles were launched towards Israel.
I've heard mixed reports on that, or I've seen a report that shows hundreds of targets.
Following a live stream from Tel Aviv, it does seem that it's hit some potentially consumer or domesticated areas within the city.
I saw one report of 100 missiles, but then I saw another report with a map of more than 100 targets. Posted a GS Equities midday color update. inside the Discord market chat.
So a reminder, we did hear from Sky News Arabia citing an Israeli official saying that if Israel was to be struck by Iran, that they would strike back targeting oil and gas infrastructure in Iran.
This is live coverage of missiles striking Tel Aviv. There's one strike right there. Spoos staircasing down. Looks like they're saying that it looks like they're trying to target missile defense systems.
The IAEA say they are aware of reports related to the Esfahan and Fordo nuclear facilities, seeking information from Iranian authorities about any impact.
Now watching a new video here showing two strikes. 1, 2. 1, 2. If you're just joining us, we're monitoring the Iranian attack of Israel that's in progress. So far, we can see one video showing one definite strike and then a second video.
Khamenei says Israel started the strikes and initiated a war.
A separate video showed 2 strikes. One video showed another. No confirmation if any nuclear sites were hit in Israel.
Iran's Revolutionary Guards are to issue important announcements shortly, according to IRNA.
If you are in puts with me right now, we are dropping through some support. Look for a quick knife to the downside. This is the intraday low. The target would be 596.03 right here. Iran's Revolutionary Guard are to issue important announcements shortly, coming from the IRNA. Channel 13, Israel. A fire broke out near the Ministry of Defense headquarters in Tel Aviv. That's breaking just now, the last few seconds. I'm almost going to hit 100% here in a minute. Oh, yeah, baby. Hitting 21 cents for a minute just then. Yeah, we're almost there. I didn't catch the 21-cent mark. I wasn't paying attention. I'm reading all this other stupid shit and not watching. Hoping for a quick slice down. You know, I'm gonna put a target on, sell target on it.
Israeli military says the rocket fire continues. Another barrage of dozens of rockets has been launched towards Israel.
Coming into the intraday low right now.
Israeli military say explosions are heard in Israel are either from interceptions or from impacts. Again, watching
1, 2.
Tel Aviv did show that there were some land impacts of missiles from Iran.
I'm watching new video come in here in the background. I see 2 major explosions here. Quite large explosions. Breaking 26 seconds ago, another barrage of dozens of ballistic missiles have been launched from Iran at Israel. Come on. Slam down and give me fucking... Come on, don't do that. Fucking big-ass red bar. Give me one big fucking red bar right here. One big fat bad boy. Getting some new footage. Large explosion in downtown Tel Aviv moments ago. civilian targets.
US indices here extending losses. S&P down 1.2%.
Target hit on SPY closing puts right now. Looking to reset above here. Those fucking puts are trading 34 cents right now. I closed them at 25. Yeah, I put an upside or a downside stop on them.
NYMEX gasoline July futures settle.
I didn't get the 36 cents on them. I entered them at 11 though.
$2.35 a gallon.
They're trading 35 right now. They're up 300% if you're still in them.
NYMEX WTI crude July futures settle at $72.98 a barrel, which is up $4.94 or 7.26% on the session.
I should have just stayed in those fucking things.
And NYMEX natural gas July futures settling at $3.58.
Ministry of Defense building looks like it's about to collapse. Pictures coming in from Telegram showing Ministry of Defense building leaning with a list of about 12 to 15 degrees. I'm out right now. I'm looking for if I want to, because it's going to be end of the day, I'm going to be looking for more in the money. 592s maybe. Or scratch that. Excuse me. 596s, something closer in the money. Maybe 95s this time. I'm flat right now. I would rather take another put up here. Should I just jump back in again? Fucking hate jumping back in right here. Fuck no. Every time I fucking jump in puts right here, it's like one, two, three, four, five. Yeah. Still have more legs. So we still have 2 legs we can take to the downside. God, I should have stayed in those 93s. I don't want to see that squeeze right there. If that squeeze happens, I'm fucked. Or I would be fucked if I bought puts right now and we squeeze there. Sorry, I made money. I made a good money, so. I got a bunch of stuff to share with you guys. Inside the Discord, I'm going to post the Ministry of Defense building from a Telegram channel. Market ripping to the downside right now. Breaking Hafia is the next target. This is a port town in Israel. First numbers of injuries coming in. 7 injuries reported so far from initial attack. The number is expected to rise. The missiles will strike Hafia in 5 minutes. If you're watching this show and you're in Israel, missiles are projected to strike Hafia in the next 5 minutes. This is real time, by the way. 1 minute ago, so 4 minutes from now. Sirens, 25 seconds ago, sirens are now sounding throughout Galilee. Expect this to hit the wires in the next 5 minutes or so. There's a lot of rhetoric coming out of Iran right now. I'm not going to read it to you. Expect more downside here on news hitting the wire of more missiles hitting Israel in just a few moments. The next 5 minutes, you should hear it hit the wires. Following Galilee, the target after Galilee is going to be Dimona. So in order, the next targets in order are Haifa, Galilee, and then Dimona. They're ballistic, so they're not. I mean, well, it's like ballistic missiles. They're all hypersonic. They're fucking fast. They're not slow. Like it's like a misnomer saying hypersonic missile, ballistic missile. They're all fucking fast. They don't take long. I would say 5 to 15 minutes at most, I would guess. Good question. $12 to 15 minutes. So 5 to 15 minutes, somewhere in there, depending on where they're launched. If we're depending on the not long that thereafter. So very soon you're going to see another round of this information hit the wire. Look at 215 or 245 for another leg to the downside. Reports coming in now of a direct hits in Galilee. Multiple hits in Galilee coming in right now. This is footage from Galilee. This is the end of the video. 30-second video. It's starting right now again. There's one. There's two. That looks like three. Breaking is Iran is launching a large-scale attack all throughout occupied Palestine as well. Watch out for a risk-off move inside the markets here. Iran is launching a large-scale attack all throughout occupied Palestine too. More air raid sirens sounding again in Tel Aviv. Spoo's squeezing right now. $2:46 in the afternoon. At 3:30, I will give you an expectation for over the weekend. More Israeli ballistic missile interceptors firing over central Israel. Second wave of Iranian ballistic missiles incoming. We already know that, though. Should get reports here in the next few minutes of the next two cities on target. Have more live video captioned with "Holy shit, the amount of missiles that are landing are unbearable."
According to witnesses, multiple
From a Telegram channel.
Jerusalem now.
One, hold on, we'll go back and watch from the beginning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Multiple, maybe 20, maybe 20 rockets landing in Tel Aviv currently. I lost count around 20. We count them again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I would say close to 30 rockets or missiles. 25 to 30 have hit that I can see. That was Tel Aviv. Or scratch that. I'm not sure that it's Tel Aviv. Some claims here that these are old. This is an old video, but I can't confirm it yet. That video has not been confirmed. It's coming from a Telegram channel. An Israeli official is stating that Iran will pay a heavy price for firing on population centers. That last video within minutes got 104 reposts, 105 reposts. So it is spreading along socials right now. You want to be watching price action right here. We're coming into the 2 o'clock hour. You want to see if price is able to get higher than right about here. If not, you want to jump back in some more puts. VIX 9-day with a new high just that of $21. I want them cheaper than 25 cents. I can tell you that. I ain't buying them unless they're cheaper, bro. Sorry. I ain't fucking bag holding your goddamn puts. You got to make them cheaper. Nice. There you go. There you go. Help me out there. Make them cheap. Make them fucking cheap. Squeeze them the fuck on out.
And so seeing from some defense sources on X here, a nuclear facility in Dimona, Israel, has been hit in a strike from Iran.
Just a warning too, if you missed it, a nuclear facility in Iran or in Israel was hit. Iranian Army Public Relations, the Israeli Air Defense Forces successfully hit and destroyed 2 Israeli F-35 fighter jets, as well as a number of small drones. The fate of the 2 pilots remains unknown and is under investigation. Looks like Israel Air Defense's had friendly fire incident with 2 F-35s. I'm watching some video of some collapsed civilian structures in Tel Aviv. It's a very short video, so I'm not going to show it. VIX on bid right now.
וואי, יש שם, זה לא נפילות?
נפילות, אבא, זה נפילות. אבא, תרד, אבא, תרד.
תראה.
Some more footage.
וואי, יש שם, זה לא נפילות?
נפילות, אבא, זה נפילות.
There's one right there, one right there.
וואי, יש שם, זה לא נפילות?
נפילות, אבא, זה נפילות. תרד, אבא, תרד.
תראה. וואי, יש
Breaking, preparing for a third barrage. Report of approximately 150 additional missiles heading towards Israel. In the next 15 minutes, you should see reports of those missiles hitting. 150 barrage at this point. There are reports of a nuclear facility in Israel being struck by ballistic missiles. SPU's regaining the intraday low at this moment. Just a note that there is a new low or a higher low being put in right now on the half hour at 2 p.m. Scratch that, 3 p.m. Could see additional squeezing higher here.
US forces are participating in defending the Iranian attack on Israel. It's according to Israeli sources, again cited by an Axios reporter on X.
Multiple explosions heard in Jerusalem. A nuclear facility in Dimona, Israel, has been hit by an Iranian airstrike. Following Israeli airstrikes on Iranian targets, global markets took a measured approach to safety, with oil showing the most movement as traders remained on the lookout for signs of an escalating conflict.
So seeing from some more witnesses and sources on X, apparently a third wave of missiles now being launched from Iran towards Israel. These missiles are believed to be Fatah hypersonic missiles.
And just repeating what was stated earlier, that U.S. military forces are participating in defeating the Iranian attack on Israel. So the U.S. defending Israel currently. Seeing VIX 9-day with a quick roll. Coming back down to retest the weekly trigger and 1-minute trigger. Hebrew sources saying strict blackout on Iranian missile landing sites in Israel.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ. I'm watching, it's a very small clip, so I'm not going to show it, but I'm watching large missile strikes in a high-rise, like a downtown city with very, very large skyscrapers taking direct hits. And these look like hypersonic missiles, very fast. Very extremely fast missiles. These are definitely hypersonics. They almost look like MIRVs. Iron Dome is offline. Well, not offline technically, but that there's a lot of chatter right now that I'm reading saying that it's not performing as expected. This is probably the most disturbing footage I've just seen. I'm not going to show it on the show here. Just contextually, there's a very large, that looks like an occupied part of a city in Israel with skyscrapers taking direct hits with hypersonic missiles. The spokesman for the Israeli Defense Force, Brigadier General Efi Defrin, will shortly resume the press conference he was giving earlier before being rudely interrupted by Iran launching ballistic missiles at Israel. That was from OSINT Defender. I don't know what that means. Maybe that was a direct quote from that general. More reports coming in of an air defense installation in Tel Aviv was possibly hit by Iranian ballistic missiles.
Listen, فكع, listen. يا الله. يا الله.
Oh, shit. Yep. Yeah, that video quickly shows Israeli Iron Dome missiles leaving Israeli Iron Dome site, and then hypersonic, really hella fast missile coming in, and it looks like it hit.
Iran State TV now confirming reports of a third wave of missiles launched towards Israel.
That news was the one that we broke to you about 10 minutes ago, that a barrage of another 150 missiles are on their way to Israel right now. VIX 9-day picking up speed again. SPY beginning to slightly roll, but could continue up here. There's still, this block is gone now. We do have the 5-minute trigger coming down. 5-minute trigger crossing. Also note that the half-an-hour trigger is beginning to roll to the downside as well. SPY's currently holding the intraday low at the moment. Upside target 598.19, possibly as high as 599.42. Downside targets include 594.14, 592.39, and 591.48. We do have a monthly target at 592.39. That is also the target for the bottoms end support of positive gamma. Positive gamma is slightly lower, but that's about where the support is in the market gamma-wise. A senior Israeli official to Channel 12, quote, saying, quote, Iran will pay an unbearable price for firing on population centers. You're likely going to see some mass casualties at some point reported. We do have a higher low here put in on the half an hour at 2 p.m. Would like to see some of this stuff get taken out, but still be aware of this downside move looming. If price can get above 598.26, there's another squeeze up here. Probably see it up there. Note that we're also coming into the 3:30 hour. There will be there's only about an hour, another 45. Excuse me here. There's about another hour left. I've got my time slightly wrong. We got about another hour left in cash market. If you're looking for a place to get short, again, it's up here. Right here. Maybe I'll draw that in cleaner for you. On the hour, there is a beautiful wick on SPY on the hourly candle. There is a massive squeeze building, but you have to get above this for a big squeeze. The hourly candle is put in right now from 2 o'clock to 3 p.m. Now just waiting for that last half hour in here. Large-scale blackouts across various parts of Israeli cities are being reported. At 3:30, I'll give you an expectation for over the weekend and into Monday. The next 18 minutes. I got to go potty really bad. Trying to be serious on the show right now. I'm like, I got to go pee. I might have to go to the bathroom. We'll be right back with our messages from our sponsors. Run, go to the bathroom.
Israel Defense Minister Katz says Iran has crossed red lines by targeting civilian areas.
I'm watching a lot of pictures here of
Senior U.S. official confirms that the U.S. is helping Israel intercept Iranian missiles.
I'm looking at a lot of pictures here in the background of civilian apartment structures with heavy damage and some collapsed buildings right now. A note to you that I did post some positioning for a risk-off type posture from the U.S. stock market over the weekend. You could post it under my name. You can go to the search box, type in from, and then Captain Jim James, and my name will pop up. Click on it, scroll through. You'll see that earlier in the day I did offer a layout for going risk-off. Note that over the weekend there is going to be twofold. You'll see cheap put for people that own the market. You'll see cheap coverage into Monday to protect long positions. That would be very cheap SPY puts, believe it or not. They're not expected to print. They're not something that you should expect to print unless something terrible happens over the weekend. You'd expect the market to recover over the weekend by Sunday, Monday, if hostilities cease. They're only meant to protect your underlying.
Out a large portion of Iran's ballistic missile arsenal.
You could also think about retaliatory attacks against Iran over the weekend, or Iran, depending on how you pronounce it. They're part of the United States you're from. Now, the other thing here is you could see real money selling combined with put protection hit the tape again, like a tape bomb at 3:50 p.m. if it was going to happen. So just be aware of it right around this zone right here. Right around here. Could see like squeezing up and then some kind of rampant after the bell or near bell risk-off type behavior in the U.S. market. VIX 9-day is dying at the moment. That is good to see for a squeeze. Pay attention to that big red line up there. So quick how we're all just kind of hanging out here today, and all of a sudden I just read this line come across the screen, and I'm like, fuck. We're all just hanging around in the show here, and then all of a sudden I'm like, what did that just say? I'm like, oh, man. We're going to switch from the stock market show to the stock market war, real-time war show in the middle of cash market on a Friday. Use the pee bottle underneath my desk. Oh, you mean the one I drink? You mean the vodka bottle that I drink? Should I rinse it out with pee and then fill it with vodka? Just some nice liquidity grab here. But you see you'll see like a breather and liquidity grab, and then it'll give a chance. People aren't like slamming the put button. Still have velocity heading to the upside on VIX right now, on 9-day VIX. I'm not watching 30-day VIX right now, just 9-day. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I need like 2 minutes. I have to excuse myself. I gotta go potty. I gotta go pee pee. You guys watch me chugging water. It's just like running through me right now. So what I'll do is I'm gonna leave the news squawker on here for you, and the moment that I get back, I'll do a quick review of that stuff. Yeah, oh yeah, exactly. And I'll leave this screener kind of just like this, so you can see it. Give me like 5 minutes. We'll give you an update on. I don't think anything's changed, to be honest with you. One thing to note is when you see this volatility, remember last night we have like a big bloodbath down in the overnight, and then it's erased in the morning. You should expect more of that here. Do not succumb to traders that are based in fear. Oh my God, it's never coming back. You noticed last night that a lot of that damage was done to people, right? So just note that volatility, when it subsides, all of this stuff, it reverts right back. So dealers do mini trades within expiration and OPEXs. It's the same idea as a Fed meeting, right? The market's going along the way that it's going, and then we take a side bet for that event. We go up and down, and then we all of a sudden we go right back, right, to what we were doing. So we're still in that kind of a phase here. So when you hear people that are like, hey, it's going to go to zero or limit down that shit, don't believe them. Don't drink that Kool-Aid. Make sure that you're like tactfully short, tactfully long, that kind of stuff. And I'll be right back. Give me just a few minutes here, guys, gals, they, them, whoever you are.
Israel's PM Netanyahu reiterates that more action will be taken against Iran. Israeli military put out a notice saying that the public are permitted to leave sheltered spaces. Indicates that the strikes on Israel are now finished. IAEA Chief Grossi tells the Security Council that the above-ground plant where Iran was producing uranium enriched up to 60% has been destroyed.
Check 1, 2.
Grossi, the IAEA chief, says there's no indication of attack on underground enrichment halls at Natanz, but the attack on the power supply may have damaged the centrifuges. He adds there's radiological and chemical contamination inside the facilities at Natanz. Says the radiological contamination is manageable with the appropriate measures.
Israeli military is saying the public are permitted to leave sheltered spaces. There is a conflicting report of multiple or 150 missiles So there are conflicting reports right now. We have reports of Israel saying that these are news reports here, so they may conflict with each other. We have conflicting reports of Israeli officials stating that civilians can leave shelters, but we also have other reports stating that up to 150 missiles are on their way still towards Israel. Just want to make that known that there is conflicting reports if you are watching from Israel right now. We do have friends from you guys know that I have friends. Matter of fact, J-Roll was stuck in Israel one time during a ballistic missile attack. We had him on the show when he was in Israel at that time. I'm going to give you one more quick update until something else comes across the wire, and then we're going to shift into expectations over the weekend. Israeli fighter jets are moving into Syria. We can expect new airstrikes on Iran. Looks like we are getting retaliatory strikes right now. We also have some footage of a hypersonic missile. If you've never seen one in your life, they're very fast. They come straight down. Show you some of that really quick. See how fast that thing moves. Those look like high-rise buildings of some sort. I'm also looking at some video. I'm not going to show this video for you right now, but I do see video right now of like a 50-story, 50-story apartment building with a direct hit. You should be expecting mass casualties. There are also reports of Israeli civilians trapped under a collapsed building in Tel Aviv.
White House official says that Trump spoke with Israel's PM Netanyahu today, just waiting for further color on this.
That's very disturbing looking at that photo. There are also reports of some leaking hazardous materials at the nuclear site. Netanyahu making a statement that we have taken out a large portion of.
EA Chief Grossi also adds that on Iran says that the Esfahan nuclear site has been hit by Israel.
Israel now attacking Iranian nuclear sites. Israel following Israelis. There are more reports coming in of Israel striking more sites in Iran or Iran currently, including more nuclear sites. Maybe not weapon sites, but atomic sites, or no, maybe not atomic, but just civilian nuclear sites in Iran. We're going to go over here and just take a quick look on expectations into tomorrow. These are preliminary. There's a few more notes I just want to review with you today before the end of the day. That would be, these are always preliminary expectations over the weekend. We're going to post for you today inside the Discord a post-market futures expectation for the weekend. So you're going to get ES, NQ, RTY, and YM. As soon as I get off of the show, I will post those for you inside of the Discord, like a mini brief for futures over the weekend. Now I want you to know that futures expectations are not the same as cash market expectations. If you ever see expectations for me that look like this for cash market, right? ES could show something like this and then up, right? Cash would not include that move. That doesn't look exactly what it should look like. It would be like, if this is ES and I show you something that looks like this for cash market, right? So there are two different outlooks for two different time periods on two different products, right? S&P products. So be aware of that. And so there's a few things you need to know. Over the weekend, there could be risk-off behavior in the market combined with put buying into the bell. You could see some weakness after the bell. Number two, you're going to get a preliminary outlook for cash market from me right now into the close. And then you'll get some charts for you to look at and consider over the weekend for Sunday futures inside of the Discord. And you know what I'll do? I won't do it in the Discord. I'll put a post on the website instead. I'll do a mini brief with just some charts on futures. The other thing to note here is if there's any escalation over the weekend, now, of course, we don't have anything to look at for like downtime in the markets, but if anything crazy goes on, let's say Sunday night futures, or if anything worse happens, like a nuclear bomb goes off or something like that, which I don't anticipate at all, but if anything like that happened, I will come on and do a live stream with you at some point if something like that does take place. If there's any continuation like this in any kind of cash market or futures market on Sunday night, I will do a live stream with you then too. So just note that anything out of the norm, you'll see me come live. I will post on Twitter and in the Discord that I am going to go live with a live stream for you. So just right now, we do have right now VIX rolling over into the close. We are still looking for some kind of a squeeze. We're gonna switch over briefly here. Hold on one second. I'm getting blown up with text messages. Now, even with all of this downside move here, I want to show you two things. This is not the close you're looking for here for going up into next week. Do not ever like seeing a new intraday low on a Friday. We had an intraday high right here. I would have liked to have seen this market go up into the close and leave wicks behind, which imparts an idea that we're going to have continuation to the upside into Monday. So just be aware of that. There is a point to be made here, though, that we still have not lost the poop island or whatever you'd want to call it. I'm going to delete all of this really quick just to give you something clean to look at. We have not lost poop island. We have not lost positive gamma at all. So even through all of this stuff we've been looking at today and we shifted gears, I want to show it to you as well on the SPX gamma landscape here. Now the gamma landscape can change as we head into the weekend. But I do want you to see a few things here. The gamma flip is much, much lower. We have 2 jump points. The first one is at 6,000 to go higher. That's right here. And we have a low and a new low currently. That's never good, right? So it's imparting to you that we could possibly trade this down move into the weekend, right? To come back up on Monday. Just be aware of this 59.20, 59.05 over the weekend down below here. In a low trading environment, it's easy to move price, right? Illiquid markets over a weekend. But also note that you're still above the daily trigger. You're still within positive gamma, and you're still basically on trend on a higher time frame. Just be aware of that if you need to hedge throughout the weekend or if your trade plan doesn't include some kind of a move lower. Just be aware of that. Be aware, though, we're still in trend above the daily trigger over the weekend. So for right now, heading into the close today, I'm just going to give you a quick update here. Oh, in the wrong one here. Head back here to the trigger screen. Get rid of the pivots here. Still on Poop Island right here, but I do not like this downside move. I want to show you this real quick. You have a corrective move that looks complete here. 1, 2, 3. Make this larger here. This is the low right here. Now, we still have not violated, believe it or not, this low right here. But this is beginning to look like some kind of risk-off behavior into the close. So what you would have here would be one, or you have 1 here, 2, 3, 4, and then some kind of a down move below here. Either stops here and goes back up or down here into Monday. Here's Monday. There's 9 a.m. right about there. So you can watch it right here. Somewhere in there, just like that, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, this has not proofed itself yet, so we're not going to run with that one.
Iran foreign minister tells the Indian foreign minister in a call that they're still in the diplomatic.
There's been no violation here.
They say Israel attack derailed the path to diplomacy.
So just like this for Monday. It's all being bought up right there.
Iran's Fars News note that Iran fired missiles at Israel from a submarine.
I'm still not seeing it, dudes.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
And US Energy Secretary Wright notes that we're monitoring the potential impact of global energy supply.
Show it either. I still don't see that. That doesn't look like a correction right there. That doesn't look right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This could be a larger just.
So the IDF say that less than 100 missiles were fired by Iran and most were intercepted. Iranian official tells Fars News that Tehran will immediately target Israel's economic and energy infrastructure if Iran's own is hit.
We need this to recover here in the after hours to beat this on Monday. Look after the bell here. This is preliminary. I need to see where we close today. We need to close higher today between like now and 1600 or 1800. We need to see a squeeze here in the after hours. This has got to be preliminary. See this right here? Between now and like 1800, if we can catch this high into the close, I would offer up some blood on Sunday and then a B tier impulse here, and then we're off and running. So pay close attention to where we close today. 598.17 would be important.
Close imbalance.
This is why it sucks doing these on closes, but it is very important for the market today to close by 1800 at 598 and put that candle in. If the market can put a candle in here in the close or 1800, any of that kind of stuff, then you could drop over the weekend, come back up, take out that high, and then you're off and running to the outside.
Seconds.
If we do not put that candle in, we could bloodbath this straight down into Monday open. We're not there yet, so I don't have the candle in front of me, so I can't see it. So
Nasdaq 100, sell side of just 5 million. Dow 30, buy side 210 million. Mag 7, buy side 106 million.
no, it's preliminary right now. I gotta wait for the day to end. I would rewrite this whole thing. No, the 20th is the target date up here. 20th. That's over here. I'm only showing you the 18th because you would then come down here, put that one in. And you'd hit 10 right there. Something like that. There's your 610 up there. I'm only looking at the 18th right now. This is Tuesday in here. You guys are getting ahead of yourselves here. That's Tuesday. This is the 18th right here. I mean, excuse me, this is the 18th. This is the Tuesday. This is the 20th. Everything's still intact. Nothing's done here. Nothing that I can see has changed. The only thing that's going to matter here is this right here. And we don't know until the end of the day. We don't know until 1800. If you put the candle in, if we don't put a candle in, put a candle in here, that's bad. That could be all wiped out. But we're not done yet. It's only 3:52. We got 2.5 hours, 2 hours left. So this is intact. Nothing's changed. Like literally zero has changed here. Nothing that I can see. And hourly velocity is bullish, so nothing has changed. Zero. If you want to snip that for yourselves, you're more than welcome to. And you're also going to get a futures brief here after the close today. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Give me the gains. I'm not seeing it yet. So none of this has been lost yet. None of this structure has been lost. None of this has been lost down here. And even this this Poop Island hasn't been lost yet. None of this Poop Island has been lost. So this is Poop Island right here. You can see that none of it's been lost yet. So this is all noise right now. The only thing that's negative and concerning to me is on SPX. If you look at SPX right here, low on Friday. Hold on a second here. Let me just check something. No, this is not Friday. Yeah, Friday the 13th. We had so that was the pre-market low. No, the overnight low. I really don't like that we've lost the cash market low. I honestly don't. On Thursday, we lost the cash market low. We didn't regain the cash market high today. It ain't looking good. Like if I'm looking at just cash markets price action on SPY, it looks like shit. Like Thursday, the low on Thursday was 599.50. I didn't so much mind the cash market low here early day. You can see it right now. You can look at it with me. There's a lot of scam candles in here, guys. Like, let's look at this together. You can see that, like, I mean, this is dangerous, right? You've got the break of trend. You've got the low, not cash market. This is cash market, but now you've got a cash market low here. I really want to see this end of day. If this can squeeze back up again, this is the cash market low right here. If there can be a squeeze up, get sucked back up, I'd say the outlook would change. If we're bleeding down into this close right here, that's not good. That's not good at all. You'd need to like squeeze back up here on Monday, beat that low out. There's a lot. It's not scamming. It's that you've got a lot of movement in illiquid parts of the market. This looks bearish though. Isn't looking good. If you're looking at just straight cash, it looks like dog shit. High, right? And then you got a low that's lower than this low. You have a lower high. This is all pretty bearish shit right here. That doesn't look good. That doesn't look good. And not only that, we had the start of it earlier in the week, right? We talked about this downside move coming in. And we also talked about this continuation here, middle of the day. You wanted to see that today, and we did not see that. So this is not good price action down here. It's still not technically done, but I don't like it at all. So it does open up the idea that of this kind of like downside-ish move here into the weekend. We'll have to monitor it and see. As far as I'm concerned, I don't see it just yet. But technicals, it looks like shit. I can't tell just yet. It's a tough call. I'm going to stick with up here and maybe a check back over the weekend. Now, this is a cash market here, so you could see a bloodbath in futures, and then it all comes right back. There's a lot of scam down. There's a lot of fake down moves here in illiquid parts of the market, so I'm a little suspect of it. Where you get down here in when you can't get it done in cash markets, so they blast it down, comes right back, you don't even notice it, and then we're back up over here. I would like to see these down moves in cash markets, so I'm not gonna give up on this upside move here at all, and we're still in positive gamma too, so we're not in negative gamma right now. Market is supportive. You got to realize that.
Items under the aluminum tariff.
If this had taken place in negative gamma down here, I'd be really fucking afraid. It's a hard one to call. I'm not going to lie to you. It's a hard one to call. If you're making these moves down, like all these moves down, dude, are all in like that's in fake market. That's in fake market. So what? You get fake market down here. We come right back and sucked back up in cash market. So I don't know what else to say to you. I think I'm sticking with this right here. I'm trying to like figure out a way as to like real money cash market selling. We did have some today. This was good to see. Hold on. bottom right-hand screen. Like this down, I did like seeing this move down today, but again, we've got like risk off, put buying for a doomed thing that may not happen. We just ramp on that shit if it doesn't happen. So we can go straight fucking vertical over the weekend. Because this is all bullshit here. This is all risk off hedging activity right here. Even this move down here is kind of scamish. See how they brought it right back up like it was nobody's business? Like, see this right here? Like, this is all scam. And then they ramped it. It's a hard one to call. I'm going to stick with this one. If anything changes, and I'll get you something that's a little bit different than this, showing ES expectations over the weekends. There's a lot of scam in here. There's a lot of scams. So it's tough to say. It really is. I'm like trying in my brain to justify it. Now I'll tell you why. I'll tell you the truth here. I could draw this out for you with a bias going 1, right? 2. Right? I get that right? Let me just check. You still haven't made, like, you know, I could draw this a better way. So this is your impulse. This would be your impulse move, right? Here. So now you're saying that this is 1 and we're going to crash. I don't know if I'm believing that. This wouldn't even be 1. This would be 1 right here. So you beat this one right here. You'd have a pull up into, and now you're in like 594, 560. You're talking about going into month end. It's possible. The alternate count is not what you think it is. This is the alternate count. Right here. You would fail this one over here. Your larger leg would, like, it's something down here. It's a pretty big fucking leg. That's a pretty oh, you get your next leg would be right here, and you'd probably take all that out right there. And if I measured this, I bet it's down here.
S&P 500, NASDAQ, and Dow Jones register the biggest one-day drop since May 21st.
Oh, yeah. You'd be, and then that leg right there. Talking about 7% decline right there. Something like it's somewhere in there. I'm doing this by the seat of my pants here, but that one would be somewhere down here. 1, 2, 3. Actually, this would somewhere in there. And you would more than likely at that point be looking. You're talking about this here. Like, I'm not going to draw right now, but you'd have to change your whole thesis. 24.5% decline. So I'm not going to do that yet. I'm not even going to entertain it. We're not there yet, so I'm not going to do it. We ain't getting that far. We're not getting that far until we start breaking some support. So invalid in my view.
Or
nowhere near valid.
Since 2001 with a 24% advance today.
So the answer is fuck you, no. You'd be lucky if you get this. You'll be. I'll say it to you again. You're gonna be lucky if you get that. You're gonna be lucky if you get that. And if you do switch, we're not there yet, so I'm not gonna entertain it. As a matter of fact, I think, and this dotted line is like this dotted line here. That's like 15 to 30% chance of happening. The most probable outcome, 65, 75% chance outcome is this right here. Up. No, I'd say that. Yeah, I'd say this is a 65% chance happening. You want to know what the highest percentage chance happening is? It's literally vertical right here. I'm serious. Vertical right here, and then vertical right here. This is actually the highest. The best chance is this, like literally right back up. This is 1, 2, and 3. You could get the extension, and then we're up, rocket shipping again. So no, we're not there. I'm not willing to fucking feed the doom cycle either. So absolutely not. Yeah, you got 1, 2, and 3, and then you would literally wake up Monday with your fucking pants on fire. 1, 2. Right, this one would go right up here. Actually, this one would probably break up there. A massive fucking squeeze. So I don't even want to. We're not, or not even don't want to. We're just not there to validate that downside move. It's like it's self-masturbation. So we're here to make money, and I can't like tell you that's what we're gonna do. I'm not selling subs to you to do that bullshit. So the trade is higher from here. You can get some more fake bullshit down here, possibly to get a better price. We are in positive gamma. We haven't rejected positive gamma. There's nothing saying that we're going down here for any of this nonsense. This is a hedge kind of a move, and it's setting itself up mostly because of the risk-off behavior over the weekend and the bit, of course, puts being bid into the close. So no, fuck you, no. I know how you guys operate. You guys fucking never buy bottoms and you never sell tops. So too afraid to sell a top, too afraid to buy a bottom. So no, not entertaining it. I know they try every fucking time, man. They fucking try every fucking time. So I can't do it. I'm not gonna feed that shit. And I'm definitely. You guys should get out and fucking touch grass this weekend. They try this shit every fucking Friday. Come back on Monday and everything is fine. And we're putting in a green candle right now too. You see it? Like there's a green candle right here. We're gonna close out this last green candle, and we got like 2 more candles, 2 more hourly candles at 1600. I'm not gonna do it. And all this, like most of the down has been in after hours or in overnights, and we kind of know that we're gonna get like the doom selling on Friday close because of Israel and Iran. And then you're going to get the acceleration of put buying hedges over the weekend. So it's like, oh, yeah, we'll add all this fire to the downside. And it's all like fake price. Nobody's actually sold here. That's the key, is that like nobody's actually sold. So this is like some kind of like short operation, of course. And we've already projected this down move into early this morning. So we're getting it like late day. It's a little offset time-wise. And even with that downside expectation at 10:30 a.m. this morning, the result afterwards was up. So we're a little bit off time a little bit, which is fine. It's not going to be exact. So, no, I'm not entertaining it for you. Fuck no. You fuckers. You try, though. You run a good gambit. I tell you, if you're a bear, man, it doesn't work on me. Oh, I forgot about... I'm serious. I can't entertain this bullshit from them. Like, we even projected the downside move into today for Friday, but at like 10:30 this morning. And we did it on the same shit happened yesterday. Like yesterday, I'm like, we should roll at like 9:30 this morning. They fucking took all day long. Then they like did it in the after hours because of course everybody's bid fucking puts all day long for Iran bullshit. You know, so I'm just not entertaining it. We're not gonna entertain it. not gonna. Especially if it all happens in after hours, or it all happens in overnights. I can't, because it'll just whips. It all comes back, like the whole fucking thing comes back.
It says calls for restraint are unjustified.
Like mute that right there for you. We'll deal with it if it happens, but if you're so this just some parting things here. If you own the markets, cheap puts, that's the play. If you don't own the markets, you already know you're putting a hedge on anyways on highs, right? If you're trying to put on a big trade for the third quarter, you already know you can't put that on until like July 3rd. As far as my trade, I made a bunch of money in one trade, and then I lost some money on another trade on some puts today, but I think I'm doing pretty well. And then I have a call spread on for the 18th. You're not shaking me out of that shit. It's a call spread. You can fucking whipsaw me up and down all you want. There is one note, though. Hold on here. Let me get rid of that crap. There is one last thing here, though, which is if we have that magnet on the collar, there's a lot of people that want to see that magnet like early, like pin it early and stay there. It's possible. It's at 5905, I think, on SPX, and then you could get some upside swings to 600. All I need to do is hit 603, and I'm making money. So if we have any good news at all, which we should, or VIXpiration, remember we want to murder the VIX. Remember this. We're at the VIX right now. Whether you like this or dislike this, I want you to think about the VIX in a certain way, right? We're either going to ramp the VIX right now to go up in summertime, or we're going to murder the VIX and roll down just after OPEX and then rip up, or we do spot up and vol up with the VIX ramping and price ramping. So that spot up, vol up trade is still valid right now. So yeah, no, you're not going to shake me. Good enough. I'll see you guys tomorrow, or not tomorrow. I'll see you guys on Monday. If anything crazy happens over the weekend and like weekend Wall Street's down 6,000 points or something like that, I'll come on and do a live stream with you on Sunday. There's a couple other things. There's a parade on Saturday. Thanks for saying that. I forgot to mention that. There's a parade in Washington, D.C. on Saturday. I have some information on that. One, the parade route is very small. It's like 8 blocks. It's all high security. Anyone with a ticket is fully vetted. The worst part is they got to wear diapers. They like bring them in early daytime and they don't let them leave. So it's under strict. I want you to think of that parade as not really a parade. It's literally a photo op. It's not public. It's not anything that anyone can get into. It's a staged event. It literally is a staged event. They have already given themselves an out. They released a presser yesterday saying that they may cancel due to lightning. So I would assume that that's fake. If I was running security, I would release that press statement. And if I couldn't guarantee full security, I would just blame it on lightning and shut it down. If you can't guarantee full security, if your security people can't, your force protection type people, OPSEC type people, that they'll just shut it down and blame it on something else. So I don't see anything directly related to that being negative. Nobody gives a fuck about protests and riots. The market doesn't care about protests and riots. It doesn't. And I don't think the market truly cares about Iran nor Israel either. Excuse me. Unless there was something that dragged maybe the U.S. into war, but I don't see us being dragged into it right now. You need to see like big like a nuclear explosion or a dirty bomb or something like that. I don't know if you guys know this, but when our nuclear power plants are way different nuclear materials or atomic materials than military grade nuclear material. So you don't expect like a nuclear power plant to do the same thing that our nuclear material would do. So or the effects of it. So relax on the full bear stuff, the full bear suit just yet. There's plenty of time to go full bear. Literally plenty. And this story gets rewritten all the time. I want to show you this too in a different way. I think I show you guys this all the time, so let me just show it to you in a different light, okay? So if I mute everything, right? No, not everything. Hold on, I want to mute everything. Hold on here. If I mute everything right here, right? I want you to look at where we are. I want to just breathe for a minute. Literally, just breathe. Okay? I want you to see what a drop looks like. Just like scale out a little bit here with me. Okay? This is trend right here. It's to the upside. Okay? So you're looking for places to get long. That's it. Get long. If we do begin to roll, right? Here's a nice, big, beautiful roll right here, right? You know, you got plenty of time. Plenty of time to take that trade. We're not even there right now, are we? Not even there. We're like buying dips above here, right? Where are we? We're above that daily trigger, aren't we? Just breathe for a minute here. Secondly, you would want to see like price break below and then reject it to even begin to see break below and begin to reject it. And then look at how much money is there's to be made down here, calling tops and shit. You know, you're talking about like break below and then this big move right here. And this is really like where the money is right here. So don't get too crazy just yet. There's a lot of top calling that happens. You want to see where they are? I mean, they literally happen for any number of reasons all the time. It like never ends. Top, right? Just like, you know, top. They got a nice pullback here, but it was still on the weekly trigger, wasn't it? Top. It's like just top. And you're going to hear that same shit right here. You know, top, shake you out. And meanwhile, it's just rip your face off to the upside. Literally. So until we start doing that, like real topping, real rejecting, don't pay them any mind. You guys waste your weekends every weekend panicking, and the rest of us are out there barbecuing, fucking our girlfriends and boyfriends and husbands and wives and, you know, doing drugs or mountain biking or, you know, whatever it is that you do, hang out with your family, your loved ones, go to church. The rest of you are over there just like dreaming about something that's not real. So don't do that shit. It eats you alive as a person. So not quite yet there. We're not quite there yet. And even on this close here, you see how we're coming back? Like it's now 4:15. You see that green buying right here? You see that wick? Like look at it. Buying, buy. You know? Buy doom. Okay? Matter of fact, my trade I think is like right here somewhere. So, you know, I'm like this far away from my trade being okay. So just like chill. Just chill. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow, or not tomorrow. I'll see you guys over the weekend. I'll check into the Discord. I've been trying to put the Discord on my phone and stuff, and keep it nearby so I can pop in and hang out with you guys. So I'll be in the market chat from here and there over the weekend. I got a bunch of pool work to do, and I was thinking about taking off to like Miami or California or something, or PR or down to the Virgin Islands, but I guess I got to stay home for this bullshit over the weekend. You guys have a great weekend. I'll see all of you over the weekend. Say hello in Discord.